Okay. I'll just wait for the heads up. Okay, good morning, everybody, and thank you for being here with us this morning. We're going to start our panel on increasing ambitions for the carbon neutrality, how to ensure integrity land use sector, so the AFOLU. And I wanted just to start the introduction very quickly to talk about the fact that we all know it. Here at the COP26, it's very clear that the climate crisis is here. For a while, we've seen it sort of in the future somehow, but now here we see that it is current. And we can see everybody making great commitments as everybody races to zero. Companies, continents, countries, citizens, everybody is on the way to do what can be done. And of course, we're putting a lot of hope into removal technology to see how we can actually make amends with the damage that has been done. Is that credible? Is it ambitious enough? Will it come soon enough? Will it be done in a way that's actually sustainable and that will have a positive impact as we go? Well, we know here in the sector AFOLU that land use is going to be of great importance and potential. With nature-based solutions, it's likely that we can actually make great headway benefiting from the capacity of our soils to capture carbon and stock it, and in the biomass as well. But here this morning, we want to talk about the fact that the devil is in the detail. We need to be sure that the efforts that are being made in this race to zero are actually going to be sustainable solutions that make sense over time and do not bring about negative impact on other aspects beyond carbon. And there are three main criteria that I'd like to point out this morning. Here at the COP26, we're in the Day of Nature. Nature. A lot of people say that actually biodiversity is a much bigger challenge and will have much harder and long-lasting consequences than carbon removal. Are we taking it enough into account? That brings me to a second. In terms of land use, agriculture will play a key role. And I, as head of sustainability at the InVivo group, we're a union of French agricultural cooperatives trying to accelerate and accompany the transition toward a more resilient agro-system that's actually going to improve farmers' and consumers' livelihoods. And we want to do it with regenerative agriculture principles. Regenerative agriculture principles put the importance on actually having results, where we know that the agriculture being done is going to have a positive impact on the environment, notably biodiversity, as I already mentioned, carbon sequestration, as you know, of course for water as well, and all of the cycles of fertility. But the problem with this is that we don't know what the economic model will be. How are we going to ensure that the farmers' livelihoods will be improved? How will we be sure that they're actually compensated correctly for these environmental services that they're providing? Because when we consider all the good that will bring, that has a cost to them. Not only does it have a cost, but actually it carries much risk. And we need to be sure that we have an economic model and also financing that's going to help absorb that risk and not have it just lay only on the shoulders of the farmers. What we're talking about here are actually our common capital. We have to make sure that it's important for everybody and that we have a collective approach. But the third point that I'd like to make is that even if we manage to transition toward an agriculture with all of these positive environmental services, we must never forget that it remains important to produce enough. Food security is a big challenge. Nutrition for consumers is important, and with the worsening climate change, we know that the conditions will be that not everybody will be able to produce enough. And we have to do that within the context of the true value of food. So, considering all of these challenges, I'm delighted to welcome our first panel here, who's going to shed light on how we can actually manage these challenges correctly. We have Alexandra Dupré, a fellow of the International Climate Governance at IDDRI. We've got Jean-Luc, who is a researcher for the IRD, and who is also speaking on behalf of the IRD, the CIRAD, and INRAE. We've got Edouard Lancrière, who is a manager in agro-environment at InVivo. And we have Martial Bernoux, who is here from the Office of the Climate Change, Biodiversity and Environment of the FAO. So please, Alexandra, if you'd like to begin.
Can you hear me now? Yes. Oui, donc bonjour, merci beaucoup pour...
Hello everyone, thank you very much for this introduction. I'll be showing this presentation in English because I'm too tired to keep talking my mother tongue. So
the links between climate and biodiversity, so framing it in that sense. Also keeping in mind that we have COP26 coming up, but of course this is all related very much to the land sector. So, and just as an introduction, we at IDDRI, I just released a policy brief precisely on this question of this, like the science policy links. How do we better integrate the question of biodiversity within, namely the climate, the UNFCCC and the climate governance in general. And then, of course, the presentation of Jean-Luc will be based on this other policy brief that we have collaborated on. So I just first wanted to start off by framing the picture, reminding us where we need to, where the IPCC tells us we need to be. Sorry. Yes, so basically the 1.5 report in 2018 showed different ways that we can reach net zero in 2050 and the 1.5 goal. And as you can see, these different illustrative pathways vary in terms of the rapidity and intensity with which we reduce emissions and the extent to which we compensate remaining emissions with what we call negative emissions or carbon dioxide removal. And so, as you can see, the brown part is AFOLU, so that is sort of land use in different ways. And then, as you can also see in yellow, there's this question of BECCS, so bioenergy with carbon capture and storage, which in some scenarios is used quite excessively, or very largely. And yet, recent research cautions us that, yes, like large-scale use of BECCS, as projected in a lot of, or some of these scenarios, would be very problematic in terms of putting more pressure on ecosystems at a time when we need to really preserve biodiversity and reduce the pressures on biodiversity. And land use change is the main driver of biodiversity loss. Next slide, please. Thanks. So this one paper that came out earlier this year did this interesting job of looking at all the different pathways of the IPCC to get to 1.5 or 2 degrees, and looking at the amount of bioenergy and bioenergy capture and storage that they project to reach the 1.5, and saw that first 97% of these pathways use an amount of bioenergy that would require expanding land at a time when we need to reduce pressure on ecosystems. and land conversion. And then also 33% of these pathways use an amount of bioenergy and BECCS that would be really, that far exceeds the sustainability limits that the IPCC and IPBES co-sponsored report pointed out this year. So next. So, well, this is just I guess, a provocative illustration. Well, what is the consequence? The consequence really is that although, as we will see later with Jean-Luc, there are possibilities to store carbon and improve carbon stocks in soil and in other types of practices, we really need to be cautious that in reality, perhaps many of the IPCC pathways are not viable when we cross climate and biodiversity and this need to reduce pressure on ecosystem and land conversion. So this really is clearly connected, next slide, to the main question we are facing here at COP26, which is how do we increase ambition? Because basically the consequence is to not have to recur to large-scale carbon dioxide removal from land. We need to reduce our emissions and decarbonize today. So anyways, this slide pretty much says that. So we need to reduce emissions more drastically today, preserve, put in place conservation efforts to conserve ecosystems, and also sustainably upscale other land use carbon dioxide removal. And so this is where really the connection between climate and biodiversity is really not, I think we need to really go beyond this question of just seeing nature as a solution, because it risks overpromising the role of ecosystems in mitigation, and we need to be really careful that the focus on what nature can help us is not deterring from deep decarbonization and letting countries or companies off the hook. So last slide. So these are the three, I will just end with these three conclusions from the policy brief I wrote, which of how we can start aligning more these questions of climate and biodiversity already here at COP26 in the political, in the final decisions. So it's important to reshape this, reframe the question of climate and biodiversity, and emphasize that we need ambitious emission reductions today and also conservation, and that we need to address these two questions in an integrated manner. Also, I think there really, as I illustrated, there is a need, I believe, for science to guide us in what are the really viable pathways towards the 1.5 that takes into account within climate models more this question of the impact of mitigation and CDR efforts on biodiversity. And then finally, I think an interesting way to integrate this better, of course, is for parties to better take into account climate and biodiversity issues in their national commitments and planning. And so the long-term low-emission development strategies, which countries were invited to produce by the Paris Agreement, would be an interesting tool to explore synergies. So I will end on that, and I think hopefully that gives a good transition to Jean-Luc. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Alexandra. Very clear about needing to integrate better biodiversity into the way we consider climate. Jean-Luc from IDDRI.
Allô? Ok, merci beaucoup. Merci Rachel. Dans cet événement sur la neutralité carbone et l'intégrité environnementale du secteur des terres, et en écho aux propos de ma collègue Alexandra, je vais apporter des éléments issus de travaux scientifiques dans lesquels à la fois l'IRD, l'INRAE et le CIRAD sont fortement impliqués pour expliquer pourquoi il est important dans la course à la neutralité carbone de garantir l'intégrité du secteur des terres. Diapo suivante. L'un des éléments de ce plaidoyer porte sur l'importance que représentent les stocks de carbone organique des sols dans le cycle global du carbone, diapo d'après. Vous voyez en effet sur cette diapositive entourée en rouge que les stocks de carbone organique des sols sont 2 à 3 fois supérieurs à celui que l'on rencontre dans l'atmosphère et la végétation. Diapo d'après. Par ailleurs, la recherche a vraiment fortement documenté l'importance, le potentiel technique que représentent les écosystèmes et le secteur des terres pour augmenter le carbone des sols. Diapo. Vous voyez sur cette carte, on estime à l'échelle globale que le potentiel technique de stockage de carbone, d'augmentation du stockage de carbone dans les sols est estimé à entre 2 à 5 gigatonnes équivalent CO2 par an. Et vous voyez sur cette carte une grande variabilité de ce potentiel. Dans les zones les plus sombres, on estime le potentiel supérieur à 1 tonne par hectare et par an. Et dans les zones en jaune clair, ce potentiel d'augmentation du stock de carbone est de 200 kg par hectare et par an. Diapo d'après. Si l'on constate la même variabilité lorsque l'on descend dans les systèmes de production, que ce soit les systèmes agroforestiers ou les systèmes d'agriculture de conservation, selon l'agroforesterie que l'on met en place, l'alec-cropping ou les parcs, par exemple les parcs à Féderbien. Vous voyez ici l'augmentation des stocks de carbone exprimés par rapport au stock initial de carbone. Et de la même façon, dans l'agriculture de conservation, cette augmentation varie selon que l'on pratique le labour ou que l'on apporte des résidus. Diapo d'après. Il est très important, si l'on veut mettre en place des pratiques qui vont augmenter la capacité de séquestration du carbone dans les sols, de comprendre quels sont les déterminants qui vont conditionner cette augmentation de carbone dans les sols. La littérature scientifique est très riche dans ce domaine. J'ai choisi un exemple qui a été réalisé en milieu tropical qui montre que ce ne sont pas les conditions.
It's not the environmental conditions, the temperature and other things. These are not the properties concerning the soils. And it's the richness of the soils in clay that will determine the increase of the soil. It's the quantity of the organic matter that brought by the farmers that will condition the increase of the possibilities of stocking the carbon in the soil. But we have to remember that the soil organic carbon is not an endless well. We can, the organic matter can be stocked, but when you increase the quantities of carbon that are brought, we're getting to a level when it's called the capacity of saturation of the soils. Another very important element, you remember the slide or the previous slides, to increase the stocking of soils, you need to bring organic matter. If we stop it, you can see on the curve, if we start at a high level of organic matter in the soil and we stop at the level 1 and we don't bring organic matter to the soil anymore, the stock will decrease very quickly, it's the phase 2, to attain the low equilibrium point. And if we decide to bring back organic matter in the soil, this increase will be much slower than the degradation phase. It's the stage 4. It's slow in phase. And it's very important to remember that we need financial and political support for the farmers so they can bring and increase the number of organic matter in the soils. The other message I wanted to give you on that slide is it would be better to avoid the decrease of the organic matter stocks. Because, as I said, if we stop, there will be much more energy required. Among the mitigation possibilities, the management of the carbon in the cell is very important. It's not the case of all the other technologies. It is important because when we know that the organic matter in the cells has more benefits. that's been said by HL on alimentary safety, more organic matter, better productivity, more organic matter, and there will be a good relation with the biodiversity, more carbon in the soils, better we adapt to climatic changes, and more organic matter, and better is the influence on the quality of waters, but also on the question about the restoration of degraded soil.
Le stock de matière organique dans les sols, comme
This will be indicators that will allow us to monitor the evolution. It is very important to be able to follow and to monitor and to assess at every scale the stocks of organic matter present and future by implementing tools in the laboratory, modeling tools, and also satellite tools to work on every scale. But the research, and this is what the research is doing, makes these tools operational, and the tools are integrated in the NRW and NRV protocols. My conclusion, the race for the carbon neutrality is a great element of transformation of all the sectors, but it is very important to watch the integrity of ecosystems towards the agenda of this race towards the carbon neutrality. It will be necessary to take into consideration the climate, the biodiversity, the health, human health, and other objectives of sustainable development. So the cells have to be reinforced in the climate agenda, in the agenda of fight against the desertification. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jean-Luc Schott. It's increasingly evident to what extent we need to be very attentive to all of the different details and the reliability of the data that we can use to be able to be sure of how we're progressing. I'm very pleased now to introduce Edouard Lancrier from InVivo.
Bonjour à tous, est-ce que vous m'entendez bien? Alors merci aux précédents intervenants parce que ça prépare parfaitement.
Thank you very much. It was a good introduction to my presentation. We at InVivo are looking at being on field as fast as possible and to bring all the elements, to use all the elements, all the data that science brings us. You were talking about the integrating measurement tools, and that's precisely what we aim at doing. I'm going to show it to you more in details. There has been a first meeting, and we are deeply concerned by the issues linked with decarbonation, but only with climate, with biodiversity. And before jumping into details, the details of the project, of what we are going to implement, I would like to sum up and perform a little focus on what we've already done, not alone, but in cooperation with various technical institutions. We've created the first method that gives the possibility to make a carbon sum up with all the agriculture exploitations, but the dynamic in the soils and the biomass. On which basis we've created the first digital tool. It's called Carbon Extract. It gives the possibility to automate all the piloting methods for the farmers to be in the capacity to make a first diagnosis with a picture of what they need and the carbon storage dynamics, so that the farmers can perform simulations and look into the future. It brings many practices changes and shows how you can still keep on reducing emissions and grow your carbon storage possibilities. And we've also created a training program for all the agriculture councillors in France, so that they can support farmers in this transition, which is extremely important, because in the scientific wise we are in the capacity to decodify issues, but on the field it takes pedagogy, it takes discussion. So we've trained hundreds of agriculture advisors. And now when it comes to scaling up from a small agriculture to a regeneration agriculture, what we face are obstacles that are more systemic and money related. Why? Because the only measurements you get when it comes to agriculture is the one linked with the seed productivity. How many pounds of cereals you are able to grow per square meter of square foot. So we assess the performance, the agriculture performance, on the mere basis of this productivity, so that you take the natural capital out of the vicinity of what you actually measure. Nowadays, what we observe is that the natural testimony is so destroyed that it's an emergency to regenerate. Of course, we can change things. The first good news being that regenerating soils, regenerating our natural heritage is possible, because the living has the possibility to regenerate itself, provided you let it do so. The second good news is that technically speaking, we know how to do it. We know how keeping on producing while regenerating ecosystems. And to switch back to what I was showing during the introduction, now, thanks to these tools and methods, we are in the capacity to pilot this transformation and to measure its positive impacts upon environment, as far as carbon is concerned, at least. So now we have to measure the cost of transition, because it has to become an economic model. In order to regenerate soils, farmers have to revisit completely the way they work. It's a cost, it's a risk, and it's jumping into the unknown for many of them. So when it comes to scaling up this new French agriculture, we have to help farmers investing, financing this transition, and mitigating the risks, which is why we're working upon a project that will bring two sources of investment in order to scale the thing up and go towards regeneration agriculture. The first pillar we're working on is about carbon finance. We certify the carbon storage and the greenhouse emissions reducing possibilities of the farms, but we know it won't cover the whole thing. So we also work a downstream valorization. We are deeply convinced that the true transition, if to be sustainable, has to be market-driven. The seeds have to get a true value, an added value, should they come from a virtuous exploitation farm. So some of the playmakers that buy seeds through cooperatives are already working in that way. They gave you premium, they give you extra money if you are virtuous. But the limit now is that it's based on only on the rotation, and very often, due to the competition between farmers, methods that let us measure this and that remain secret, and that's a problem. That's an issue, because for a farming cooperative that is supporting farmers, this multiplication of secret prerequisites create a logistic problem, a logistic issue, because you have to manage various kinds of seeds, and the prerequisites are different from one seed to another, from barley to rye. So now we have to keep working on the scale of the whole rotation and the whole farm, and the prerequisites cover our secret. So the third limit is that to be scientifically solid, the measurement of the environmental impact and the proof of the regeneration potential has to be performed on the scale of the whole farm throughout methods that are validated by scientifics and peer-reviewed. Which is why we have to support farmers on a transition performed on the scale of the whole rotation, and it had to be followed up and measured by scientifically validated methods and peer-reviewed by independent institutions, so that the seeds that will come off the line, of this virtuous line, will get extra money that is to finance the farmers' virtuous efforts. So we are. The aim is to take common goods and make a tool out of it
to make more common good and not mere competition. As an economic and technical playmaker, we are fully integrated in this environmental transformation. But make no mistake, don't be naive. We can't make it alone. We need public policies to support us for various reasons. First, the agriculture transition takes working on the whole rotation. You have to integrate new kinds of cultures for agriculture to develop at a large scale and go about it. When it comes to transition, it takes valorization, so that you have to invest in new tools, very often in the territories, in the rural provinces. So you have to align your whole policies with these low carbon agriculture goals. Broadly speaking, once we do it, this will cost more. You can, however you do it, it will cost more. So it will take money, and that means in a globalized economy that should we want to perform a massive transformation in whole France or whole Europe in an open economy, then it takes tariffs. If not, we are going to kill our agriculture. So it's urgent to work upon tariffs, and it might be a carbon tax, a carbon tariff on the imports from outside the EU. To conclude, we see to what extent this technical aspect, we have technical answers, we are bringing on economic answers as well, but it takes governance as well. It takes politicians to help us in France and at the level of the EU. So it's I'm calling on the politicians to support us, to do the job together with us in order to measure the cost of the transformation and create the proper policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Edouard Lancrier from InVivo. On how we're going to have the right economic model and how it's a question of each stakeholder along the value chain's responsibility. Next, I'd like to give voice to Martial Bernoux from the Office of the Climate Change, Biodiversity and Environment of the FAO.
Numéro 2, c'est bon? Okay.
Right. My telephone is not about watching my messages, because I'm turning my back to the moderator. She would have problems to interrupt me. Thank you for the invitation. It's always a pleasure to talk at the French Pavilion and to answer the invitation of French partners, and it's a pleasure to talk in front of my boss. So by the end of the presentation, you'll know if I still have my job. So I like the presentation, the presentations that gave a framework to my own presentation. So I will really use some of the elements that we've seen on this necessity of this holistic approach to combine in the environment, not only the vision on the carbon and but also the biodiversity. So in order to help the countries, we developed tools to measure the impact, the environmental impacts. Some of them, you know them. We've started with a tool called Exact. That was only for carbon balances and for projects. The world is in evolution. There's been the Paris Agreement. There had been the NDCs. And the long-term strategies of the development. All that should be taken into consideration in this holistic approach. I will present you here two tools that are being elaborated now, then will be presented at the end of this year probably. So now we'll have to go on the video. So you have to click on the slide to launch the video.
Si vous cliquez pas, ouais.
And land vegetation. And all three of these are actually interlinked. That's why urgent action is needed to address these crises by measuring and integrating the environmental impact of projects and investments in the whole sector. And this needs to be done in a simple, coherent, and scientifically robust way, aligning with the objectives of the UNFCCC, the CBD, and the UNCCD. FAO therefore developed a new geospatial app called adaptation, biodiversity and carbon mapping tool, or simply ABC Map. And the app is based on Google Earth Engine and uses satellite imagery to holistically assess climate change adaptation, biodiversity and climate change mitigation considerations over time. The tool provides users with several indicators for both the baseline and project scenarios, using, among others, the methodology of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, GlobeIO, and the Ecosystem Service Valuation Database. As ABC Map is a mapping tool, the area and plots of interest are directly drawn onto the map, and the tool automatically calculates the impact of the project or investment.
Donc voilà.
So this is a sum up. I wanted to make a video rather than making a live demonstration. That wouldn't work. So what does ABC Map? ABC works in French, and French adaptation, biodiversity, carbon. We are interested here on aspects of adaptation, mitigation, and biodiversity. So you can see it's a specially explicit tool. You can know where we can work at the level of regions, countries, and we use methods that are recognized internationally. So we base of everything methods elaborated by the IPCC, soils, maps of soils, biodiversity. We use also here recognized methods, databases on the value of ecosystems made by the University of Bérangère. So we try to combine all that. It gives us a state. We can go back in time because we have satellite images back in time. So we have dynamic images, and we can draw batches that will allow us to see what will be the impact of a practical change of usage. So this is a first spatial tool. Then second tool, if you don't mind. The second tool, I told you about the question after the first tool was what's next. So we developed Next. It's a tool, NDC it's called, National Determined Contribution, CEDEN in French. So a tool, expert tool, to support the improvement of these CDNs that are two political tools, principal political tools presently concerning the climate. So we develop a tool to answer to the Paris Agreement and its ambitions and strategy, long-term strategies. Next slide, please. This tool, we kept a simple approach based on an Excel. Excel, as you know, it's a standard nowadays. We can all have this tool in our computer. The entry is a country, because we work on long-term strategies. We can work on a smaller scale, but the first one is the country, and here the tool automatically gives you the principal soils with the percentages and the climates present in this country. Now the combination of soils and climates will be possible, and the tool will go and look for them for you. More than 10,000 that are given by the APCC. This intergovernmental group of experts updated these methods in 2019. So this tool follows this update. So we are aligned with what was called the ETF in French, a term passive framework, and then the rules set up by the Paris Agreement to allow the countries to answer to their engagement. We work on a 30-year time series, so that we can create a balance of the results in terms of greenhouse gases, for example. So we can choose the best options when it comes to NDCs in terms of mitigation. Here's the result. and the results will be provided depending on different gases, methane, CO2, or the third.
Différentes métriques, ce qu'on appelle les facteurs, les global warming.
The potential of global warming to make the calculations, and we have the results year by year, year per year.
Et ensuite, descente. Mais on a
We had a balance very detailed of the impact of a policy at the level of a country. Next slide. This is what I wanted to tell you, to present you. And this is the results of the FAO to serve and to offer to the countries tools that could let them improve their policy, including the biodiversity, not to limit itself to one indicator, but to have several ones that will allow to make choices based on criteria, thing that we really need today. The complexity is here, but we have to take it on. So thank you very much for your attention.
Panelists. Oh, can you hear me? Yes. I'd like to thank my four panelists, and now welcome to the stage two negotiators that we're delighted to have with us. Thank you so much. We know that you all worked till quite late last night, and we really appreciate you being here with us this morning. And so please, Carlos Mena, from negotiator for Costa Rica, and Lamine Diatta, negotiator for the Senegal. Yeah, sure. And so I'd like to first give the stage to Lamine Diatta, so negotiator for Senegal and in charge of agriculture, forestry and other land use changes at the Ministry of the Environment and Sustainable Development of Senegal. Please, sir.
Okay, ça marche?
Does it work? Can you hear me? Great, thank you very much, Madame, and I would like to thank all the partners that send us the invitation to take part in this truly important side event upon the about the LFU sector, which is crucial since in the whole process of the fight against climate change, it is practically nearly the only sector that gives the possibility to reduce the carbon dioxide emissions, but also to store them, to store carbon, and that shows how important it is, and we have to take that into account. This sector is quite complex, but at the same way, because when it comes to mitigation or greenhouse gases inventories, it's among them, it's one of the most complex, and the last refinements of the IPCC, they show that the vast majority of the enhancements to be performed are there. At the national level, it's also a bit of a divided sector, which makes more difficult the follow-up of the actions, because when we talk about soils, we talk about environment, forest, biodiversity, agriculture, cattle, fishing, but we also have
important qu'on puisse au niveau national avoir.
So it takes forecastability to ensure the to avoid discrepancy between says and do's. So we have to enhance the policies when it comes to soils management. Whether we talk about the Ministry of Environment or Agriculture, not forgetting about fishing, about cattle, it's all together. So it's important to take that into consideration. When talking about the LFU sector and about the process of climate change, I did appreciate the presentations that we followed
and that put focus on biodiversity. We've seen the climate aspect, but if we are to manage and to meet our goals, we have to take into account the critics, climate, biodiversity, and communities, because tools that are proposed look very nice. Tools about carbon when we introduce elements, the carbon assessments and the one that gives the possibility to assess biodiversity and enhancements. But the main cause of perturbations is the human being. So you have to integrate people in these tools. If not, it will just be half efficient, I'm afraid. So there are plenty of tools that could be very interesting, but in order to be properly used, they have to take into account humans. It has been a nice surprise, anyways, and I think it's a step ahead, because I see things have been done in order to get more reliable data when it comes to value chain with biodiversity within countries that allow us to use tools and to measure various aspects, carbon-related, climate-related, carbon biodiversity, but also socio-economic related issues. Because if we are to engage, if we are to commit politicians in that kind of tools, it takes precisely that. And it's the same thing about the inhabitants, local communities. We have to see how interventions can take into account biodiversity in general, but also these climate-related aspects. Because in certain countries, if you start talking about carbon storage and carbon dioxide emissions reduction to farmers, they don't know what you're talking about. But if you go beyond that, if you talk about food security, you will make them listening. You will have them listening to you, and you will make them interested and committed. So you can make them fight with you for biodiversity. The impact can change depending upon the fact whether we talk about developed countries or developing countries. In the developed countries, we are reaching neutrality when it comes to decarbonation, but it's not appropriate. This is not an appropriate language when it comes to developing countries, because we talk about carbon sober or climate change resilient development based on 3 pillars that are food security, mitigation, and number 3, these climate change adaptation goals, of course. And this is relevant. In that perspective, research is crucially important, especially in developing countries, because if we have to forecast and plan things coherently, it takes measurements when it comes to cattle, when it comes to fishing, when it comes to forests, and we lack it, especially when it comes to soils carbon. There are studies that do exist, but we lack scientific data, scientific knowledge when it comes to our countries, and it's really important and crucial to be in the capacity to implement a cooperation that will lead to data collecting, to fact-checking, collecting, data collecting, and after, but it will still take 10 years, 20 years of data collecting to be in the capacity to come up with modelization. It's good to have features, climate-related features in a given region, in a given country, but the impact of farming practices, that would be an interesting question to be answered, and it would be really useful to have that kind of data to identify several models, several pathways, several trajectories. As someone has said, it's not about going back in time. So we really need that kind of information, up-to-date information gathered and collected regularly to be in the capacity to have modelization that will say, this is the scenario in 10 years' time, this is the scenario in 20 years' time. So at this point, the fundamental key, that is quite problematic when it comes to negotiations, is the fact that we are not at the same level of development. Different countries are at different levels. So we have to go down the same paths, work together, taking into consideration the huge, every now and then, discrepancies between the level of development of our countries. If we were to put the focus on socio-economy and not on carbon-related issues, we would be half efficient. If we were to do just the opposite, the result would be the same. We'd be half efficient. So the ideal thing would be to find complementary tools for countries to use them on these three fields for planification to be based upon this reliable data. And country-wise, we should look at this AFOLU sector and see which are the key sectors that are to coordinate and mutualize their efforts and policies in order to see what indicators have to be implemented by what ministries and what kind of coordination it takes to go about it and take the most of it in order to pilot interventions to be in the capacity to meet our three pillars of our agreements upon fighting against desertification and climate change. This is what I wanted to share with you, and thank you very much for your attention.
Very clear about needing to get past silos and actually coordinate the way it all works. And you're right, communities is a key component that can never be forgotten. I'm now happy to turn to Carla Mena, who's the negotiator for Costa Rica and the agricultural extension and climate negotiator for the Minister of Agriculture and Livestock of Costa Rica. Thank you. I think you have to turn it on.
No, it's all right? Good. Well, good morning. Thank you very much. On behalf of the Minister of Agriculture, thank you. It's an honor to be here. And I'm really impressed of the presentation of my colleagues. This is so important in that ambition. But I would like to share with you a Costa Rica experience in carbon neutral when we decided to be a carbon neutral country more than 10 years ago. This was really great ambition at that time because it was a policy decision and how to make it, you know, in the land with the producers. What kind of methodology, you know, what kind of data we need, how to introduce this to the civil society, to the producers. Because when you talk about carbon neutrality in Costa Rica, especially with producers, the first question is, what is my benefits for it? You know, I think this is the big challenge for all the countries, you know. And well, let me explain a little bit how we start to work with that policy decision in our public sector more than 10 years ago. First of all, we start with the country program to be carbon neutrality, led by the environmental ministry, and they start to build or design a methodology how Costa Rica can take this process, development in different companies, service, or many kind of, you know, economical sectors, include agriculture. But at the same time, this was a volunteer mechanism behind of the ISO methodology. So, but how we can, you know, traduce this ISO methodology in the situations of Costa Rica greenhouse gases. Agriculture is the second one in the, you know, in our inventory. So the most important areas or topics in agriculture is livestock and fertilizers, nitrogen fertilizers. So how to start to work with them? So our Ministry of Agriculture started in 2012, start the dialogue with the livestock sectors, the most important sector, how to manage, you know, the data, how to obtain data. I don't know if for you it's similar, but our producers, they don't register anything. What kind of data we need to collect to start to build the first inventory or the inventory in order to verify, in order to announce that it's official, you know? To say in the end, in 2050, that is our goal, the net emissions, net zero emissions, in 2050, what agriculture, especially livestock, is going to present. So we started. In another kind of the situation, in my situation, in extension services, start to talk with producers, start to talk with the sector, with the companies, with the different groups, how to traduce this in the methodology easier step by step. So we start with pilot projects. First of all, livestock. We start to build our NAMA in livestock, then coffee. Coffee was the first certification in carbon neutral was coffee, and then NAMA in livestock. And now we have also, until now, we have in Costa Rica coffee, livestock, banana, and rice, already verified like a carbon neutrality companies, but there are not too many. So this is our goal. We have this ambition, but how to do it step by step. Country like Costa Rica, I know it's a small country, but this ambition gives us a big challenge in order to work with our different people, like you mentioned. We need to work with policy, we need to work with different groups of people in order to help services, producers to obtain data. That is big challenge and big gaps also. I would like to explain in a couple of minutes which one of our challenge that we have. After we decide to support agricultural sector, include livestock sector, of course, we need to think like a farm, in a farm like a system, like a system approach. Because if you have the view of where are emissions over there, you can think also what kind of carbon stock you have over there. So we need to think in agriculture and in livestock. I think this is a really positive point of view and scientific point that we have in the agricultural sector. I know we emit, we have GHG emissions, but also we have this great opportunity to mitigate because in our system. So how to start with this? Well, after that, the policy, policy, we start to standardize the methodology to obtain emission factors. With scientists, with research, start by livestock, and then coffee, and then rice, because it's agriculture too, but the cycle moved really different. It's not coffee the same like bananas. It's so different. And this is the complex, and this is the nice thing in our sector, it's so dynamic. So how to start to work with that kind of methodology? Then, how to develop capacities in the people that are going to do their inventories. This is a big challenge too. And then, how, like a Ministry of Agriculture, has an institutional guideline in order to move forward each change of administration. Because now, since 10 years ago, but if one Minister of Agriculture in the country maybe work with that and the next administration change it, that's not possible. So the guidelines to support the climate action in that line, like big carbon neutrality, need to be support like an institutional guideline. And then in the end, one of our progress in that topic is how to talk with people, especially coffee or livestock or rice or bananas, the benefits. Okay, when you start to work with them and collect the data and count and apply the methodology, before the Ministry of Agriculture, I was carbon neutrality verifier, so I know what I'm talking about. And how guarantee the productive performance in the company. But at the end, how traduce this in money? Because I work with the 4 sectors, they want to decide to do something like that, and maybe in the end called verification, carbon neutrality verification, but at the end say, hey, what is my benefits? And I explain them, okay, go fuel, for example. They control fuel, because sometimes it's spread allow the farms and sometimes take it. When you have controls in your scope or what you want to be carbon neutrality, guarantee you save money. Guarantee you. I guarantee. Bananas, rice, you can imagine, rice, and coffee and livestock, for sure livestock. You mentioned about soil, carbon soil. this impressed how carbon soil work in livestock farmers. It's very, very great opportunity. It's very positive. Gaps, of course we have. Incentives. This is one. The price of the products. Okay, that meat comes from a farm is carbon neutrality. This banana is carbon neutrality. This coffee is in Europe, it's carbon neutrality from Costa Rica. How much you pay for it? You know, I don't have my coffee, carbon neutral coffee in Costa Rica with the same price in Europe or US because we export it, you know. We export most of our coffee and bananas and the price is different. So conditions, because sometimes the farmers, especially the small scale, we need to think about the small scale. What kind of conditions you have, because to obtain that economy benefits, they need to apply good practices in order to change the way nothing to produce, to be sustainable, to guarantee food security at the end. That's what we want with that. So, and at the end, of course, we want to be neutral. We want to have the control of the data. We want to be adapt to the climate change. But if we need to work, what kind of data we have, and what kind of support, especially economy support, we want to do with the producer in order to change the way to produce. This is one of our gaps. So at the end, ambition to be carbon neutrality in this situation is hard, but it's possible. If a small country like Costa Rica can make some examples that it's possible to do it with banana, coffee, rice, and livestock, I guarantee most of your countries can do it. So I invite to do it, patient, step by step, data, methodology, scientists, producers, policymakers. We need to be in the line. It's hard. We started more than 30 years ago, and we don't have maybe I can't be my fingers and you know the carbon neutrality farmers that we have. But I think it's a big opportunity. It's a challenge, I know, but we need to change the way of thinking in that things because mix many things and scientific, policy, and technical issues. So welcome to Costa Rica, and we want to be carbon neutrality in the 2050. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Carlomena. Very clear in terms of the value that we need to put on things. Oh, you can't hear me? Yeah? Okay. So very, very clear on the value that we need to bring to things at each of the levels and the right conditions so that both small and big can really move forward in this and that the right price is paid for that, the right value. So now, if I may, I would be glad to welcome our Director of the Office of Climate Change, Biodiversity and Environment of the FAO, Eduardo Mansur. Please, if you'd like to come here for that matter, for our concluding remarks.
Thank you very much. The organizers, thank you for the French government, for INRA and the others, and CIRAD and all the others here to put up together this very interesting, important event. I learned a lot. I think we shared also a lot here. Let me try to pick up the points that claim my attention and see if you share the same. I think the panelists gave us a very important information. We are here to see increasing carbon neutrality, how we can ensure the environmental integrity in the AFOLU in the land sector. So the focus was that. And I think you put it wonderfully from Costa Rica, the challenge of data. But I think you also appreciate, and also Senegal mentioned the process, and I find it's the reality of the country. We saw here the country commitments. The commitments are very high. We have two examples of countries that want to engage, want to make sure that they become carbon neutral the earliest possible. And the commitment is there. Then we had the panel that gave us very interesting tools. I'm very proud of the ones in FAO, and I learned a lot from Eduard, from Jean-Luc, from you, on the tools that are coming up. They are promising. So what's missing? And I think all of you tackle a little bit on what's missing. It's missing the link to the benefits for those who have to take action, for us to gain scale. We have to jump out of the demonstration area, and don't be ashamed of Costa Rica being a small country. It's a tremendous example for us. As you said, 10 years ago you mentioned you'd be carbon neutral. You're struggling with it now on terms of data, but you're moving towards it, and we are learning from this how we can make it happen. I designed, and I checked with Marcial, my colleague from FAO here, because he's the expert and teach me about these things. If what the triangle of having data, the data generating knowledge, and then the leg on benefits would make it happen. And he said, yes, this is the way ahead. But benefits to whom? We cannot transfer the risk of the new techniques, the new methodologies to the farmers, especially to smallholders. So it was very interesting to hear the question of market-oriented de-risking the farmers and motivating, creating incentives that will help us to put on scale. So for me to conclude, let me put it, the points that I made in terms of the claim my attention really, the link between IPCC and IPBES that you mentioned for data. We will not be able to separate climate and biodiversity, not anymore. And you all know that we are here in COP26 looking at the COP15 of CBD, because the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework is what the biodiversity colleague says, that's going to be our Paris Agreement. We wanted to make, and if you look at the 21 targets at the Global Biodiversity Framework, at least 7 of them are deeply linked with carbon neutrality in the land and agricultural sectors. Now, in FAO, we are very committed with the fact that because the agriculture and land use sectors are responsible for about a third of the emissions, we have to reduce that. We have to put agriculture and food systems as part of the solution, not only as part of the cause or part of the casualty of climate change, but also as part of the solution. And our main target in the organization, in the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, as you can imagine, is the SDG 2, zero hunger, nutritious food for all people. So when we do our SDG donut, we paint the SDG 2 very big in the top, because we like to say that's important. But it does not come alone. We cannot dissociate it from the SDG 1 on poverty, because without reducing poverty, we are not going to reach zero hunger. We cannot dissociate the one on inequality, the SDG 10. If we don't bring equality, it's not going to work. So when we say how to ensure environmental integrity in the land sector without socio-economic integrity, social integrity as well, without equality, let's put it this way, we are not going to reach it. Because people don't destroy the environment and cause harm from the agriculture and food sectors because they do it because they are bad. They do it because we analyzed it here. Techniques are not being applied for us to have sustainable agriculture and avoid deforestation. My last point comes in terms of the land use. Of course, it's not the only cause of emissions that has to be addressed. It's one of them. The others of the sector are also known to you. But we don't need to cut one more tree to produce the food we need now or in the future. We are already producing food for 12 billion people on the planet. So don't be afraid when people say, oh, we are going to be 9 billion. We are going to be 9 billion in 2050, and that people needs to eat nutritious food, healthy food. You saw during the COVID pandemic here, what's the main arm we have against COVID? It's a healthy body. Those who are healthy, who have healthy nutrition, resisted to it. You see? So the fragiles were the ones at risk. Unfortunately, but that's the reality. So we need to have a society that eats well and eats nutrition and eats healthy. And we can produce that without cutting not even one more tree. And we can produce it being carbon neutral. And I hope that Senegal and Costa Rica and all the other countries that are struggling for it reach it to 2050 or before. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow, that was great. Thank you very much, Eduardo Mansour. It really paints the picture in terms of what we have up against us, all that's already being mobilized and all the help that we still need to make to actually have it happen. I'd like now to open up the floor to any questions. Okay, so we're going to bring you a microphone. Edouard, est-ce que tu peux m'aider juste à amener le...
Edouard, could you help me and pick up a microphone, please?
The panelists can just nod to me if they want to pick up the answer.
Hello. Okay. Thank you. My name is Lamek Kabore. I speak in French. I'm from Burkina Faso. J'ai bien appris.
I appreciated the presentations I've been listening to when it comes to the soils management and the tools you presented. I appreciated Lamine Diatta's words about Senegal and also about Costa Rica. I'm from Burkina Faso. It's in the Sahel. We are an agriculture-based country, and when talking about carbon-related issues, we often think only about forests and trees, and we forget about the soil's potential to capture and store this carbon. So it's very interesting. It's a good thing to spread the word, to spread the results about your world in order to make people go towards an intelligent agriculture to contribute to the to our SDGs. Social development goals, so and nationally determined contributions. So when it comes to the NDC expert tools, the tools I've seen here, I've heard about how to combine it with the tool that FAO had already developed. Can you tell us more about the difference between both tools? The problem being with the tools that they are developed, of course, but are not disseminated. Does the FAO have a program in order to better disseminate these tools? Are they available for all? Are they free of charge? Do you have to pay for in order to use them? Thank you. No sound.
Okay. Bon, c'est bon. Okay.
Great, thank you. Thank you for this question. The main difference, and take off my mask, the main difference between EXACT and the new tool named NEXT is that EXACT had been developed at the beginning to work on a project scale. It's quite limited. It's limited to a given soil and a given climate. So the first pieces of information you have to put in are about the soils and the climate you are working with. So you see what the limit is in terms of scale. If you were to use it for a whole country, you would have to run the tool with every kind of soil, every kind of climate. The EXACT tools gives you results concerning the aggregation of the whole project. When it comes to the nationally determined contributions, you have to know what's happening when it comes to the pathway, the trajectory. So you need to have the results year per year. So it's a tool. There are other tools. There is carbon benefits tool, apart from EXACT. So every tool is made to answer a question, make you meet a given objective, a given goal. A next objective is to help countries to meet their nationally determined contributions. This is why we've come up with a tool that take a given tool, a given country, and what is expected, what's demanded by the Paris Agreement, reinforcing transparency. You will see transparency reports that have to include now national emissions as well, and national actions in terms of mitigation, adaptation, and others. So we do follow up these rules, and this is why we've created this new tool to meet a new demand. Now, when it comes to the second part of your question, dissemination, of course, these tools are free of charge. They're available for all. It's open access. So I mean, taxpayers pay for it. See, there is no free lunch, of course. Nothing is free on Earth, but it's public, it's open access, it's free for the users. The taxpayers pay for it. And we offer trainings. We propose trainings for to perform dialogue with countries, with users, in order to meet the demand. Because it's all about transferring knowledge, transferring capacities, transferring know-how to countries who are the end users. The FAO is not the user. The final users are countries, people within countries, so that it takes consultation. In various groups. Lamine could tell a few words about it, about his experience in Senegal, about these regional and country discussions, Costa Rica as well, in order to see, that would be about it. Thank you. Second question, if I'm correct. Sorry. My name is Michael Carnet. I'm the first deputy president of the French Brittany region in charge of climate and mobility. I used to be deputy chairman of the for fishing industry in French Brittany as well. I would like to thank you for the presentations and the quality of these ones. In Western France, we are now committed after Brace COP, which is a regional Western France, French Brittany COP, we are committed upon a survey, a study that is extremely important, and it's about greenhouses gases reduction. You know, in my region, agriculture contributes to 45%, nearly a half of the greenhouse gases emissions. I heard about your approaches and your recommendations. We talk a lot about research, about knowledge creating, about technology, about progress. We've talked about food autonomy, but don't you think, I know it's a bit of a north-south debate, but don't you think that in order to meet the carbon neutrality, 2050 carbon neutrality objectives, some regions don't have any choice but putting down their production? Lots of things are at stake in terms of, socially speaking, when it comes to employment, when it comes to industrialization. But don't you think, I'm afraid some countries, some regions will just have to produce less in order to meet our carbon neutrality objectives 2050. Can I start? Quickly, you know, carbon neutrality is a global, it's a world ambition. It's not a regional ambition. We are on the same boat, we're on the same planet. It's not a North Brittany thing or a Normandy thing. When it comes to the Paris Agreement, the approach is down top. We don't share ambitions. Everybody goes saying, what can I do? What can I commit to? Western France has got it's a lot of greenhouse gases emissions, but Limousin, the region around Limoges in France as well, there are lots of cattle over there. I'm not about to say to several regions, you have to stop this, you have to stop that. It's national. We have national ambitions in France. Some sectors could see their means, could have it easier. For other regions, it can be more tricky. But we're on the same boat, and we have to meet the same. We have to bear the same ambitions and the same objectives, and we are going to play like a team. Don't be afraid. Cattle agriculture in general is a sector that will always. It will always come together. It will always come with greenhouse gases emissions. We have carbon capturing within soils, biomass, of course, but you know, if to base upon the knowledge we have now, there is no agriculture without greenhouse gases emissions, but it's about optimizing the system. So we say global approach, we talk about a global territorial approach. Second panelist, perhaps?
Parce que il faut qu'on partage.
Oui. En effet,
The question is important.
À mon avis, aucun risque que l'agriculture. et moins ramener de valeur.
It will be the opposite tomorrow. The question is systemic. I think it's a recombination of chain of values rather than what you said. Even if we export less and if we produce a little bit less, there are challenges how to bring the energy in sufficient quantity. This is an ambition of France. And how to take on challenges when it comes to materials, raw materials. We have to reduce the emissions in the construction sector. If we have the...
On peut avoir, déjà il faut poser la question, est-ce qu'il faut réduire
the grass, the one from which we do ropes. Once we answer this question, if there is a risk to slow the production, we'll have to see how we can feed this sector that has to answer to the challenges at the. There's lots of things to be reinvented in agriculture. Yes, I just wanted to say a last word, maybe. From my point of view, when we see the trajectories of the IPCC, when we make a crossing and we look for synergies, the sobriety measures on the demand side. When I'm talking sobriety of energy and the transition of alimentary modes, something that hasn't been mentioned yet, but it is going to play a role. Maybe more in the developed countries where the consumption, there's an overconsumption of animal proteins. It's even bad for the health. Of course, this is also a data to be taken in consideration. Thank you. We have 5 minutes left if there is any question. Yes, there's a remark, a commentary remark. It would be important for the public authorities to see the reconfigurations. There's one thing that hasn't been mentioned here, the role of the research. We'll need it to make this transition, new varieties, new types that produce based on crops, seeds. This is research that has been mobilized. Unfortunately, we don't have the representatives of this big actor that should be presented. New genetics that's in the. You have to combine everything. Jean-Luc, just want to say that the research is already engaged in this genetic pathways in order to find new types to allow. Storing carbon in deep levels, which leads us to the end of our collective meeting. But I'm very glad. Thank you very much for your participation. We see how the agriculture and the use of cells be a solution to if we cross the different variables to make sure that we have different trajectories that will bring different types of social and environmental services that we need in order to have them become agronomical society models that will be sustainable. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me? Hello everyone, it's a pleasure to have you here. If you don't have any headphones, you could please scan the QR code in here and hear it. The ones with the headphones, can you hear me well? Okay, perfect. So thank you all so much. I'll explain in a bit. So you could, for people who don't have the headphones, you could scan and you can hear with your headphones. So good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to have you all at this 30 by 30 opportunity for global action on nature and climate event. So it's a high ambition Coalition for Nature and People event co-hosted by Costa Rica, France, and the UK. It's a pleasure to see you all here, and I have the pleasure to introduce first Secretary of State for Biodiversity, Abba of France. Secretary, the floor is yours.
Merci, bonjour.
Thank you. Hello everyone. Thank you for being here with us today. Dear Andrea, dear sirs, thank you for joining us today before the round table to talk about the high ambitions that we feel for our nature and our populations, our people. It's an honor for me to open this event of the French pavilion here in Glasgow that you discovered in order to host these topics about breaking silos between climate and biodiversity. Together with the Coalition for High Ambition, we have this platform of exchanges, of dialogue and construction of these commitments. It is truly essential, and the presence of these topics in the international agenda shows to what extent these topics are important and how much we care about them. Together with the French President, Mr. Emmanuel Macron, reminded, by the way, during the World Congress for Nature in Marseille, it was an important moment, an essential one, whereas research and scientists have warned us and drew our attention upon this importance of ecosystems. We are working upon solutions without regret, and it's a common benefit for all with a joint report. You know them, it's IPES and the IPCC. They threw some scientific light on the matter and the work that is crystallized now when it comes to forest, mangroves, wetlands, and so many subtopics of what we bear in this Coalition for High Ambition. All these solutions in order to fight against climate change they're not all good for biodiversity. Current affairs show that we have to draw our attention to these topics because we see difficulties here and there. So it takes follow-up when it comes to reinforcing our mitigation policies with this common goal, that is to gather 30% protected air by 2030, 30% of lands and oceans in the world. This is a current topic because we have strong expectations now, and we are very happy now to welcome in this coalition new countries. I will remind about it later. We have 75 members, and we'll go beyond later. But I don't want to spoil anything now. We have this objective together, that is to build during COP15. We've been working on it for months, and we are committed, strongly committed, with an approach that shouldn't and mustn't be quantitative, merely quantitative. It's not about making figures. It's not about making it superficial. It has to be qualitative in terms of richness of biodiversity topics, and to represent different issues, different topics, different things being at stake,
and significant zones for biodiversity that has to be interconnected and call for a fair governance. We are strongly committed from that point of view within this coalition, with the implication and the commitment of local populations and communities in the definition and the implementation of the governance of these protected areas. It's also about bringing the right tools, having the means that fit to our ambitions in order to be trustworthy. We have to engage personally as individuals and as countries in the framework of international agreements that fit to what we committed for, like with protected air. It's what I presented by the beginning of the year. We also developed means and tools declinating every strategic axis into operational objectives with concrete agendas and concrete means. I think it's a basis of any legitimacy when it comes to commitments. We know how difficult it is. We know how difficult it is in terms of acceptability by local populations, culturally, economically. So it's an interesting pathway, but it's not an easy one from a social and societal point of view. Next year we'll have the 30% of lands and seas objective. We will reach it next year in France, which I announce now with joy and pride. Thank you for that round of applause, and I will take the opportunity to hail the work that has been done by our teams in the framework of international negotiations that really bear this ambition and pushed it forward within different territories. And I would like to thank you for that. Different topics will be tackled today. The strategy is about creating new areas, but also about enhancement and the enhancement of the already protected areas to make them bigger and better protected. It's about training, it's about upgrading competencies and assessment tools, very practical axis about which I would like to share our knowledge. It's about protecting also communities that can be affected and bringing up a new framework that will lead us during the upcoming weeks and months to meeting our objective. Thank you for being with us, and thank you for giving us a bit of your time. Thanks for sharing your knowledge and being with us today at the French Pavilion.
Thank you, Secretary Abba. Just before giving the floor to Minister Meza, I wish to welcome we have two more speakers for this first part of the event. So I will give the floor first to the Director of DEFRA's International Biodiversity and Climate Directorate, Ms. Andrea Ledward. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you, Minister Abba, for that very inspiring start. I am here today on behalf of Lord Goldsmith, who is the co-chair of the High Ambition Coalition, as the leader for the Global Ocean Alliance. So I'm going to channel Lord Goldsmith in my remarks right now. I'd very much like to welcome everybody on behalf of the UK in our role as both the Ocean Co-Chair of the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People and as the leader of the Global Ocean Alliance, but also as on behalf of the Presidency. Today is Nature and Land Use Day. It's a core theme day here for our Presidency, and I do hope that you enjoy the rich programme that we have put on both in the plenaries and in pavilions around. The COPs of the 3 Rio Conventions being held in such quick succession is an extraordinary opportunity to emphasise the linkages across their agendas and encourage an integrated approach to ensure we meet their respective goals. So Nature Day at COP is about delivering a real step change in global recognition that a nature-positive future is essential to keep 1.5 degrees within reach and protect the most vulnerable from the destructive effects of climate change. We are taking and driving momentum and showcasing progress to demonstrate the importance of nature-based solutions to both mitigation and adaptation. We are going forward from our World Leaders Summit on actions on forests and land use on Tuesday, where we brought together an unprecedented alliance of governments, companies, financial actors and non-state leaders to raise ambition on forests and land use. On Tuesday, over 130 leaders, accounting for more than 90% of the world's forests, committed to work together to halt and reverse forest loss and land degradation by 2030 in the Glasgow Leaders Declaration on Forests and Land Use. Over $20 billion in total were pledged towards forest-based actions, and 30 financial institutions made a commitment to eliminate investment in activities linked to agricultural-driven deforestation. Yesterday, we marked Ocean Action Day, championing a call for action to protect and restore ocean health and resilience. The day underscored the critical importance of climate action for the health of the ocean, alongside the key role of the ocean in addressing climate change. Across all of these moments, our hope and ambition is that we can build out of COP26 a momentum and drive that will deliver equally high ambition at CBD COP15 next year. In our role as Ocean Co-Chair, it's crucial that we emphasise the critical importance of the marine environment. We will continue to champion the 30 by 30 target. Over 100 countries now support 30 by 30 in the ocean, and over 10 countries, I understand, signed up yesterday in addition. And it is great news to hear about France's commitment today. This is very important because achieving 30 by 30 in the ocean will help to reverse adverse ecological impacts, preserve fish populations, increase resilience and sustain long-term ocean health. And a healthy ocean is a really important ally in our fight against climate change. Protecting and restoring critical marine habitats from seagrass and mangroves to salt marshes and coral reefs can also help protect coastal communities from rising seas and more frequent storms, and even help absorb carbon dioxide. At this point, I know that Lord Goldsmith would pause and would look at Minister Mesa and would all hail the fantastic announcement earlier in the week across the 4 countries, Panama, Ecuador, Costa Rica, Colombia, for the Eastern Pacific Highway, 600,000 square hectares, I think, of marine ocean, going further to show what can happen when countries work together on a very huge scale. So, I want to recognise that an ambitious framework at COP15 has to be supported by strengthened review mechanisms to ensure that all parties are delivering against their commitments and a significant uplift in global finance for nature. I'm very delighted that the announcements over the last week are really starting to set us on a very positive path towards COP15, but I'm very conscious that we have more work to do together. And I think remembering 3 key principles that I've been hearing very loudly over the last week. The first one, that at the heart of the solution have to be indigenous peoples. At the heart of the solution have to be a consideration around land rights. And the land is a very political issue. The second thing is that nature is a very important capital resource. It's an incredible investment opportunity if it's used wisely, and we have to think of it very much in investment and economic terms. And the third point really is about the importance of nature and land for people's culture and identity. People live in the land, people identify with it, and we have to always remember that in the way that we're creating and designing our solutions, and respect the people that are at the heart of protecting and conserving the land. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director Ledward. Now it's my honor to introduce the Minister of Environment, Climate Change and Technology of the Republic of the Maldives, Ms. Aminat Shana. Please, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, colleagues and friends, a very good afternoon. I'm here from the Maldives to represent our country because climate change is an existential threat for us. We are about 1,200 islands, and most of our islands are just about 1 meter above sea level. Our coral reefs are dying, our islands are getting flooded, our income, our survival, and our food depends on these vulnerabilities. Climate change is not something of whether it is an if or when it will happen. It's happening to us now. Things that were predicted to happen towards the end of the century, we are experiencing it now. So it's a great pleasure for me to be here with partners, with supporters of High Ambition Coalition to help our country's survival as well as the planet's survival. Without doubt, we can all agree that the world's climate is changing exponentially, and this has a direct impact on our ecosystems and the services they provide. And this is an unprecedented reality today. In the case of the Maldives, 98% of our territory consists of the ocean. Our economy and our people strive on the ocean and its resources. But I don't like to think of the Maldives just as victims. I think countries like the Maldives can also be victors in this, and we are doing what we can at home to do as much as we can to protect and conserve the ecosystems that we have. We are taking measures to protect at least 20% of our ocean by 2030. We have already protected 13% of our coral reef area. We have already 73 protected areas in the Maldives, but we have been able to develop only 5 management plans for these areas. Countries like the Maldives, despite the political will, the challenges that we have are lack of finance and access to resources to be able to effectively implement the policies that we want to do. Therefore, I am extremely grateful to be with you today to also have the support system that we need to be able to effectively implement things that we want to do. We also cover about 557 square kilometers of protected areas right now in the Maldives. We have a total of 103 species, including all migratory birds, 14 marine species, and all species of turtles, rays, and sharks protected. And I'd like to tell you that we implemented a shark ban in the Maldives in 2010, and we are seeing the populations come back now. So I'm here to tell you conservation works, and we can see the impacts of it, and we can see that it is an excellent development strategy and a policy because it affects our tourism as well, and therefore our income. So I'm not going to tell you more here. I'm here at COP to ask you, to beg on you to please agree on 1.5 to help us access to finance and to also agree on loss and damage that severely impacts countries like the Maldives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. And now it's my pleasure to give the floor to Minister Meza, who will be moderating the first panel discussion. Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Secretary Abba, for hosting us. It's a pleasure to be co-hosting this event with France here in this pavilion with the UK. And thank you for those inspiring words and for that clarity, Minister. I think that we are hearing your voice loud and clear. Conservation works. We need to achieve the 1.5. We need to achieve the finance. Loss and damage is part of that, also of that package that we need. So I am honored right now. We have this panel. We have been hearing the importance of this systemic approach, of this integration of nature and climate community. We cannot continue working in silos. We will not achieve the 1.5 if we don't achieve the 30 by 30 goal. This is what we are understanding. Nature needs to be at the heart of all the solutions. And for this reason, we will be sharing this panel. We have Johan Rockström, who doesn't need to be introduced. I know that you all know Johan. And it's a little bit, we want to hear the science behind what we are calling this goal, the 30 by 30 goal, Johan. We know that we have been promoting this goal, but we want to hear your views from the science part, why it is important to continue promoting the 30 by 30 goal.
Yes, thanks, well, ministers, all dear friends, colleagues at COP. So let me give you a few data points on the latest science. We published just a few weeks ago an assessment that just reminds us how dependent we are on nature. If we did not have resilient, healthy nature on land, we would already have crashed through the 1.5 degrees Celsius already today.
Is that working? So, that's better? Okay, good. So we've been able to calculate the ultimate nature contribution to people, namely the health of the carbon sinks, the resilience in terrestrial ecosystems on land and in ocean, which already has protected us to the extent that we are today at 1.1 degrees Celsius warming, despite the fact that we've actually loaded the atmosphere with much more warming, but the nature has helped us. This tells us also the story into the future. All the IPCC climate models gives the world another 400 billion tons of carbon dioxide to emit from fossil fuel burning. This is the soft landing, the pathway of cutting emissions by half until 2030, net zero by 2050. That's what Glasgow is all about here at the heart. Why do we have that carbon budget remaining? It's the assumption in all the climate models that nature will continue to be healthy. Isn't that an optimistic assumption when we are misbehaving and undermining the life support systems of functioning ecosystems so fast? Well, I can tell you, this is why you're absolutely right. The only way to deliver 1.5 is to invest in nature, on land and in oceans, because that's what climate models assume, and that is what gives us the remaining carbon budget. So if we want to have any chance of a soft landing on fossil fuel emission reductions, we must also invest in the resilience and capacity of nature to deliver the ultimate nature contribution to people, namely a stable planet. Then, of course, we have all the other nature contributions to people, which is the life support systems, the livelihoods. And we see right now the extreme events just increasing in severity and frequency in a way that is surpassing even what science predicted just a few years back in terms of droughts, disease, floods, heat waves. We see that impacting much faster than we had expected. This is why scientifically we today conclude that we actually have to have net zero loss of nature to maintain the health in the remaining roughly 50% of land-based ecosystems and an increasingly vulnerable ocean system. So 30 by 30 is really good, but it's only one step on the way. We actually need to have, just like we need to have net zero emission of greenhouse gases, we need to have net zero loss of nature. That's why we scientifically have brought forward the zero carbon nature positive agenda. That's science-backed. It's not nice words. It tells us that we need to stop halting the loss of nature now, restore and regenerate to come to a net positive point by 2030 and full recovery by 2050, so we have a healthy, resilient planet that can support and stabilize the climate. To close then, I just want to share with you one risk then here in Glasgow. There's a lot of enthusiasm over the statement on halting deforestation. I totally support this. However, remember, let's not cheat ourselves. We cannot use that carbon sink by halting deforestation as an offsetting to reduce and slow down the pace of emission reductions from fossil fuel burning. Oh no, we have to go all the way in on net zero reductions on fossil fuel emission reductions and invest in nature, because the climate models has already factored this in. We cannot double count. We cannot say we plant trees and thereby can go slower on getting rid of fossil fuels. We have to do both, and this is what will help us ultimately. So fundamentally, a nature positive, zero carbon future is the ultimate way for us to have healthy, prosperous and equitable future, and that's what science today can tell us in a very clear way, actually. It's an unequivocal agenda point. So I'm really enthusiastic over this dialogue on integrating nature and climate here. Thank you. And this is the one that's working then.
I think, is this working? Yes? Well, thank you, Johanna. Well, science is there, so clear. So let me now go into a champion leader in nature conservation and in climate issues as well. Minister Lee White from Gabon. And you're doing great things in Gabon right now to protect that asset, to protect that nature, that it is critical to achieve all this. Lee, can you share with us a little bit this integrated approach? What can we do? What can we do, this community also, to have a successful COP in Kunming, because this is interlinked, and we also need to have a successful goals and a post-2020 framework in Kunming. And what are the things that you're doing there in Gabon? In 3 minutes, all this, but if you could. Thank you so much for being here. Over to you.
Thank you, and it's great to be here. So in 3 minutes, Gabon, over the last 20 years, we have been progressively increasing our protected areas and progressively improving our forest governance and our forest management. Our target is absolutely aligned with the High Ambition Coalition. We've signed up to 2020. We've actually signed up, no, 30-30 isn't it? We've actually signed up to 30-30-30 by 2030. So 30% land, 30% fresh water, 30% salt water, oceans, by 2030. We're currently at about 21% on land and getting up to 28% in the ocean. And we're just starting the freshwater work now. We very much believe that preserving nature and biodiversity is one of the strongest things we can do to fight climate change. We are a country that net absorbs over 100 million tons of CO2 every year. Our second NDC that just went in makes a conditional commitment to maintain that, minus 100 million tons. But I think this link between climate and nature is critical. We read in scientific journals that the Amazon is becoming a net source of carbon dioxide. The Amazon trees are starting to reach a tipping point where more of them are dying than growing because of climate change. In Africa, our trees continue to store carbon dioxide, but in Gabon, we recorded over 40 years. We have a unique phenology record over 40 years. Over the last 40 years, the fruiting of the rainforest trees has crashed by 80%. There's 80% less food out there for the elephants and gorillas and chimps. And we were able to prove that elephants today are much thinner than they were 20 years ago because of this. And so the worry is that even though the carbon sink is still strong in Africa, we're starting to see that the trees respond to climate change. We're only at 1.1 degree right now. As we go to 1.2, 3, 4, 5, and we see Maldives starting to disappear in front of our eyes, there's definitely a risk that the Congo Basin forests, like the Amazon forests, will get to a tipping point. And if those forest systems become a net source of CO2, then of course we accelerate. So we really have to very carefully monitor how climate change is influencing the biodiversity that protects us, because if we discover that at 1.2 or 1.3 degrees the Amazon forests die, if at 1.4, 1.5 degrees the Congo Basin dies, between us we must have about 20 years of global emissions locked up in our forests, and so if those forests go up into the atmosphere, we're heading for a 4 or 5 degree world. Maldives, I'm sorry, you won't exist. And so this link between climate and biodiversity is critical. We can't just assume that our ecosystems will keep buffering us from climate change. We have to reinforce the science. Often, the tropical rainforests are the forests that are the least studied, where we invest the least in understanding the biodiversity and the impacts of climate. So we have to invest in that biodiversity and really bring, Glasgow and Kunming, really bring UNFCCC and CBD together as we move from Glasgow to China next year.
Thank you so much, Minister White, for that clarity. Again, we need healthy ecosystems. This is critical message. And now we'd like to move over to Brian O'Donnell, Director of Campaign for Nature. And Brian, these other aspects, this is of course about protecting nature, but it's about also the people. It's people and nature in the center of this strategy. How this can benefit people, and specifically, what role should indigenous peoples and local communities play in the implementation of the 30 by 30? Over to you.
Well, thank you, Minister Meza, and I'd also like to thank France and the UK for the outstanding leadership in this coalition. It is truly needed for the world. It's needed to reach 1.5. It's needed to safeguard all of our life on this planet, and I'm grateful for your leadership, as well as Minister White and all the members, the Maldives, all the members of the High Ambition Coalition. It's essential that we collectively as a planet work together, and your leadership is admirable, so thank you. Indigenous peoples, as Minister Meza said, are central to the protection of nature. We know that the largest concentration of biodiversity on the planet is on lands that are stewarded by indigenous peoples and local communities. And so their rights must be safeguarded. We heard that at the beginning from the UK in the opening remarks. And we need to make sure that as we try to achieve this goal of 30 by 30, that we center their opinions, their traditional ecological knowledge, and their approaches. It's exciting to see that the High Ambition Coalition has a task force. I know you've been working with the International Indigenous Forum on Biodiversity, having dialogues and making sure that some of the important safeguards for 30 by 30 are included in the target in Kunming. If I could add a few other things about 30 by 30 that I think are important. First, we heard from Johan that the science is clear. We know that we cannot meet our global climate goals or our global biodiversity goals without habitat conservation. Habitat loss and overexploitation are the biggest drivers of the biodiversity decline globally. So it's critical that we have area-based conservation as a solution to address that. And that's why this target is so important. Out of all of the targets that we saw from the Aichi targets, the only one that showed some success was the area-based conservation target. So we need to build on that. We need to expand it. We need to make sure these areas are better managed, better funded, and integrated into a larger landscape. We know that 30 by 30 isn't going to solve all of the biodiversity problems, but it is central. We cannot solve them without this core component. I also want to say that there's quite a bit of momentum that we're seeing right now. We saw the G7 endorse 30 by 30 in its Nature Compact. Just last week, the G20 in its communique referenced 30 by 30. In the opening of the CBD COP, we saw a reference to 30 by 30. In the IUCN Congress, an endorsement of 30 by 30 in 2 different resolutions passed overwhelmingly, as well as in the Marseille Manifesto. So we are very excited to see this momentum going forward. We know it's been in each draft of the Convention on Biological Diversity's biodiversity framework, so it's getting there, it's getting momentum. As we heard earlier from the French minister, that we have now 75 countries in the High Ambition Coalition. We need more. We need all the countries in the world to join this, because we will all benefit from this. People will benefit from this, and it will benefit our economies, and it will benefit our people. So I just want to close by saying thank you to those members who are part of the High Ambition Coalition. You're doing the right thing for communities, you're doing the right thing for our economies, and you're doing the right thing for people. And together, I think we can get this over the line in Kunming. So thank you for your leadership in this effort.
Thank you so much, Brian, for the clarity. So this is about nature and people, and this is what the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People is about. Now we will like, and I would like to invite you to watch this video. Let me just tell you that when this video was made, it was some months ago, and now we have more than 25 more members than what was stated in this video, and we will have new announcements today as well. So I think that maybe you can move over there a little bit, maybe we can move over there and we can watch the video right now.
our relationship with the natural world is out of balance. We are burning the library of life.
1 million species could go extinct in the next decades if we do not act. But this isn't just about species.
The ecosystems we rely on for our water, our air, and our food are also at risk of collapse.
Our survival depends on nature's survival. And scientists say we must act boldly and urgently.
That is why the United Arab Emirates,
Nigeria, the United Kingdom,
Costa Rica,
France has joined forces with many countries across the world to form the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People.
Together, we're championing a global deal to safeguard our planet and ourselves. We are committed to conserving at least 30% of the planet's land and ocean by 2030.
This ambitious but achievable global goal can help us address the most important interdependence crisis: biodiversity collapse, the climate crisis, and the emergence of pandemics.
And this goal will also strengthen our economies and livelihoods through creating jobs.
It is time to take bold action to face this planetary emergency.
To heed the wisdom of our indigenous peoples and local communities as protectors of the most biodiverse sites in the world.
De proteger os nossos sistemas de suporte de vida e de nos tornarmos em ancestrais responsáveis para as futuras gerações.
But we cannot achieve this alone.
We call on all nations to join us in the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People, to commit to protecting at least 30% of our land and ocean by 2030.
And to advocate for this goal before the world meets to agree on the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework under the Convention of Biological Diversity.
Let's heal our relationship with the Earth. Let's act now.
Thank you so much. And with this, we conclude the first panel. I wish to invite the panelists of the second panel to the stage. And thank you so much for the first panelists. I invite you to the stage. Thank you.
Bonjour à nos nouveaux panélistes.
Hello everyone. I would like to welcome the participants of the second round table. Thank you for being here with us. We are facing huge challenges, but we also have good news. You know, the agenda is peculiar. The topic of biodiversity is very present, very sensitive here in Glasgow, and we hope we'll reach in a couple of months during COP26 to the inscription of the objective we defend together in this new international framework for biodiversity protection. This takes scientific knowledge to throw some light, to lay some light on the path down which we want to go, and we need commitment from private and public playmakers. With this objective, this 30-30 objective, both for lands and waters, there are ministers together with me that are strongly committed, and they're with me on stage. Marlène Bécaillé, Minister of Environment
and Sustainable Development in Mauritania. Hello, Ms. Bekaye. Ms. Mererina, who is Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development in Madagascar. And Stephen Guibault, who is from the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change in Canada. Good afternoon. We also have a minister from Nepal, strongly committed as well, who is joining us today on stage to talk about these topics. During the second round table for countries, we have ministers from committed countries, and I'm very happy to congratulate and to thank you. Mrs. Bekaye, you just joined the coalition, so we hailed a couple of days ago this step you took together with France and Mauritania to reinforce our partnership about biodiversity, protecting. It's a cooperation, it's a dialogue that are essential. I think this is the leitmotif of this COP26 and the leitmotif of this ambition that we bear together, an integrated approach of opportunities. And we agree, and when it comes to the risks linked with not doing anything. Mrs. Bekaye, I would like to give you the floor now. Well, thank you very much. I would like to say how happy I am to be together with you. As you said, Mauritania just joined this coalition, this World Coalition for Nature and Biodiversity and for Climate, because we think it is truly essential for African countries, especially, and for countries like Mauritania, interactions between biodiversity and nature, generally speaking, and between climate topics are so obvious that it's painful. They're painfully obvious. We've been talking about scientific knowledge and about the importance of putting together and putting in synergies, interactions between climate topics and biodiversity topics. We perceive, when I say we, I think about local populations. We see the consequences of climate change on our on biodiversity and on our environment, but when we get out from the scientific world, perhaps we understand less how biodiversity might be a tool when it comes to fighting against climate change. And I think this is the value of this initiative. This lays some light on that aspect. This coalition falls within the question of the consistency of between policies. This consistency between public policies is key when it comes to coming out from silos, to destroying silos between sectorial strategies and financements. There are also silos between policies and financements, and it will come handy to have common strategies. We know that challenges are huge, challenges we face nowadays today, and we have to come to quit little projects and start embracing big projects that require big money and ask for a sectorial and an intersectorial consultation together between private and public playmakers, as you were saying earlier, or somebody was saying earlier, that we have to commit all the playmakers, all these stakeholders from the various landscapes, locally as well. A few examples about what we do in Mauritania in terms of biodiversity, climate change synergy. We, of course, we have protected areas like national parks, and they are clearly an important tool. When I take the example of the Jiaoling, for example, there are ecosystems, mangrove and grass ecosystems there, and these are tools that give the possibility. These are carbon sinks, and that they also give you the possibility. They allow you to preserve our extraordinary biodiversity, and they are also a tool for poverty fighting, because protected areas are a good thing, but what types of protected areas do we want to have, and how do we want to cooperate with local communities for people to have the means to live on an everyday basis? There is this great green wall It's an initiative, a Pan-African initiative, and it's a truly integrated program. And this Great Green Wall allies biodiversity and climate change synergies, but also a synergy with the third agreement of the UN, which is the agreement against desertification, about which we've been talking less lately. But I would like to draw back your attention here at the 26th upon this topic, since it's a very important one. Every time we talk about biodiversity in my country, we talk about soil destruction. In preserving soil is very important. It's also a biodiversity and carbon sinking tool. It's a tool that allows enhancing food security and fighting against poverty in rural areas. So to say that what I suggest very often is to stop thinking about nature and about biodiversity only talking with biodiversity actors or playmakers, environmentalists and such. And don't try to convince those who are already convinced. Talk with economic playmakers, with the world with finance world, with big companies. This is the people you should talk to. Because we need private money, we need the private sector. Stockholm was in 1972, if I remember well. There was Rio shortly thereafter. But have we been doing better? Yes, we've done a bit. But as long as the economic world, the private market world won't be mobilized, committed together with us, we will lack money. And without money, we will be running late. And it takes action now. We have to work together, and we have to go about it, and we need money. Thank you.
Bravo pour cet engagement déjà, et d'avoir porté l'adhésion à cette coalition, et on le voit dans une cohérence qui est extrêmement forte. Si nous
in a coherence that is extremely strong, if we find a way to find this energy to take on these challenges. The difference between the ambition and the means. What we do at the national level, what we defend at the international level, will be credible, and the means will follow. We'll find them. Thank you very much. We have a lot of good news. One will come from Vainala Rina. Please, I will let you tell us this news. We are very happy to see Madagascar in the coalition. Thank you very much, dear Minister. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you, both of you, for your leadership around this coalition. And Madagascar is happy to. Yes, we have an excellent news here because Madagascar is joining the coalition, and it's obvious for us to be here. Thank you very much. I just wanted to remind you a few figures that are very important. Madagascar is 5% of world biodiversity. 5 on 30, when we're talking strategy, 30-30, 5 out of 30 are in Madagascar. It's very important for Madagascar to be at the heart of this coalition. Second thing, the question of climate change and the biodiversity together. We live it on everyday basis. You've heard the crisis is in Madagascar because of the nature change. 300,000 people who live in hunger. The news are not very good, and the forecasts are not bad at all. This hunger leads to migration, which is a menace for the biodiversity, because when the population migrate, they move to protected areas. Though I'm alarming you about this link between the climate change and the biodiversity. You cannot leave that in Madagascar. You can allow Madagascar to be degraded because of this climatic crisis. It's an SOS that had been launched by the President of the country, and I repeat this SOS on the needs of financing for the adaptation of Madagascar. We've just finished our adaptation national plan, and we need these finances to to finance the resilience of the country and to build the infrastructures, and not to forget that this biodiversity, you know, we protect it and we're storing it because we believe in solidarity. We also signed a RED Plus contract. It's the first one that has for goal to reduce the emissions for the biggest emitters. So it's a solidarity approach, solidarity with the world. Last thing, but not least but not last, for biodiversity, but also for the balance in the region and Africa, is the necessity to have this integrated approach, because the first menace that we have in Madagascar is the people moving. We need to invest in people. That's these works are for the humans, for people. So there will be no problems with conserving the biodiversity. The very last thing, 2% of mangroves in the world are in Madagascar, and we've launched a huge program of restoration, and it works. A success story. This way we'll be able to get 5% more carbon. So we've tripled our protected area. We are at 7 billion hectares with a goal 9 million before 2030, with protected maritime areas, but also land protected areas. We need this support because we want to limit to 1.5. We are menaced, 1,300,000 people menaced by climatic change. As long we have to attain this objective of 1.5, otherwise we'll be three-quarters of the country will live the same situation that we have now in the south. So I just want to underline the importance of the solidarity. Thank you very much.
On est bien au-delà des.
Yes, we are far beyond the figures, the trajectory of the roadmaps and press communiques that would come off our dialogue. We are talking about living, about life, about humanity that is endangered, in the richest in terms of biodiversity areas. Thank you for your strong commitment, for your passion, for the heart with which you protect, you defend life and humanity. This is the 76th country that joins the coalition. We are very happy to welcome you. Sir, dear Minister of Environment and Climate Change from Canada, Stephen Guilbeault, thank you for being with us today. We will be listening about the opportunities Canada has noticed within the protected areas management policies, and what have been in your integrated approach, the opportunities that you've developed. No sound.
Alors.
Celui-ci fonctionne. Ça fonctionne? C'est bon.
Does it work now? As loud as it gets. Okay. Thank you very much. It's an honor for me to be here. Canada is a quite interesting country from various points of view when it comes to climate change as well. It's a big country, a vast one, where the average of climate change is twice what it is in the rest of the earth, and as far as you get in the north, at the worst it gets, it's 3 degrees Celsius. So when it comes to biodiversity and nature protection, we have not always been the best in class. It changed in 2015 when I would like to hail my colleague, the former Minister of Climate Change and Environment, who has been working with various others for Canada to change. In 2015, when we came into power, Canada would protect merely 2% of its coastal areas. Now it's more than, we have 14% protected areas, and we committed into 25-25. It is 25% of our lands that are to be protected by 2025. So we have 14% to make still, and beyond of that responsibility, because we are huge greenhouse gases producers, so we have a huge responsibility when it comes to biodiversity protection, since Canada holds 1/4 of the boreal forests and peatlands on the planet, so that it's a large share. So we've invested during last years more than $1 billion in lands, protected lands, and 4 when it comes to biodiversity and nature-based solutions. But it takes more than that, which is why Canada is committed to join. We have decided to join the coalition and to make it, to go about 30% by 2030. And we call upon the countries of the world to join us, to join the 76 countries that now belong to this coalition. Join us, join this coalition, and let's fight together, because we want this agreement to fall within the agreement. And when I was saying that it takes more, well, it takes more, especially in Canada, and this is our responsibility. This is our duty now. This is what our duty towards the rest of the world, towards the Native Americans in Canada, and that will be possible with their commitment, with their cooperation. The key in Canada and for various countries in the world has to go through integration and cooperation with local communities, with Native Americans. We have a huge accountability and a huge responsibility alongside developing countries, which is why we've doubled our climate aid, international double aid. It's now $5.3 billion, and with joy, 20% of it will be dedicated to nature-based solutions and biodiversity protection, which I announce now with pride and joy.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. I'm deeply moved. I appreciate. It's not my pride and my joy. It's a teamwork. I've been the Minister of Environment and Climate Change Policies for 11 days. So as you can guess, it's not it's not only, to say the less, not only my virtue. But we all agree that we should do even more, both when it comes to mitigation and when it comes to greenhouse gases emissions reduction. It has to start here in Glasgow, and the conversion, the change has to start now when it comes to accelerating our fight. And we have to build here in Glasgow. We have to make sure that these efforts are going to be pursued in the framework of our coalition.
To repeat briefly what I just said, as many of you would know, Canada has doubled its climate finance commitment in light of the COP26. Today, I'm proud to announce, so that commitment is now $5.3 billion. I'm proud to announce that 20% of that $5.3 billion will go to nature-based solutions as part of our climate finance package.
Thank you.
So it's going to be Canada will be investing as part of our climate finance package in nature-based solutions. Alors, merci beaucoup pour votre attention et merci.
Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you very much to host us today and to allow us to create this movement for international movement for biodiversity. Thank you very much.
Merci.
Thank you very much. Now to finish this panel, we have the pleasure to welcome, we will go higher, the Minister of Nepal, Minister of Forests and Environment. Dear Minister, thank you for joining us to say a word on what you plan and what you've been deploying up till now.
Pour la biodiversité, merci.
for the biodiversity.
Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to be here in a high-level event of the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People. I want to thank the government of Costa Rica, France, and the United Kingdom for championing a global deal for nature and people with the central goal of protecting at least 30% on the world's land and ocean by 2030. The target 30 by 30 should be widely accepted as a global target that will help us to halt the accelerating loss and species and protected vital economic ecosystems that are the source of our economic security. Excellencies and participants, our future depends on protecting our natural systems that provide our food, clean water, clean air, and a stable climate. Restoring nature is possible, achievable, the necessary. However, we need to accelerate global effort from all nations. Excellencies, Nepal is rich in biodiversity and nature. We have transformed our policies, institutions, and practice, fostering sustainable management of nature, resourcing, and building resilience of forest-dependent communities. We are committed to conserving forests and other terrestrial ecosystems and accelerating their restoration. Recently, we have endorsed NDC long-term strategy of net zero emission, national adaptation plan, national framework on loss and damage. Red positive strategy to reiterate our commitment to protect nature and livelihoods. One of the targets set in our policies is to maintain 45% of forest cover by 2030 and ensure the implementation of sustainable forest management practice in all the forest management regimes. This will reverse forest loss and degradation and advances forces sustainable land use, biodiversity, and climate goals. Excellencies, there are enormous opportunities for driving an integrated approach to achieve global goals for nature and climate. Failure to take an ambitious deal with cost high for our future generation, which cannot afford to lose at any cost. We urge leaders to join forces to protect nature and people from adversities like climate change. This is essential to meeting the goals of the Paris Agreement, including accelerating action to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius and to reduce vulnerability to climate change. Together, we can succeed in fighting climate change, delivering resilient and inclusive growth, and halting and reversing forest loss, thereby protecting and livelihood of indigenous peoples, local communities, and vulnerable groups. In closing, I am pleased to announce in this forum that Nepal would like to join this high ambition coalition. We will formally send to the letter of interest to the secretariat of this coalition. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. What a magnificent commitment. 70 country number 77 joining our coalition. Welcome to Nepal. That's a great announcement. As you see, we are really together. We are playing as a team. There are lots of us, and we are strongly committed. We are mobilized. There are huge emergencies, and the topics are so important that it will, I think, it will give make people converge, countries converge to us in order to come up with new tools to protect biodiversity. I think the moment is relevant and the momentum is high. We'll be together until COP15.
when it comes to determining the precisely the next ambitions. Andrea Mezza, I know you are ready to take the floor again. Join me, please.
Thank you so much, Secretary Abba. Just hearing some great news. Welcome, Madagascar, Nepal. Thank you for being here, Mauritania as well, who joined before, but I think this is the first event that we're joining. And thank you, Canada, for this announcement. It's huge. This is the kind of leadership that we need to see to continue seeing on our way to Kunming. This is the next milestone, and to continue working together. We cannot work in silos. The science is clear. We need healthy ecosystems if we want to achieve the Paris goals. And it's about people, it's about guaranteeing livelihoods, and it's about guaranteeing our future. So thank you so much, Secretary Abba, for hosting us, for co-chairing this. And let's give an applause to all of us. Thank you.
Una foto con
Hello? Now, yes. Good afternoon, everyone. We'd like to welcome you to this session looking at strategies to face the tipping point of the Amazon and how we can work with indigenous peoples and local communities. And we're going to have a little bit of adaptive management in this session. Some of our leaders got stuck outside. But we have Minister Abba, Secretary of State for Biodiversity to the Minister of Ecology, Abba, here, and she's going to give her introductory remarks, and I know that she has to hurry off onto a flight, so we'll let you have the floor first.
Thank you. Bonjour à tous et merci beaucoup pour cette invitation et nous sommes très heureux de vous accueillir sur le...
We are very happy to host you here in Pavillon France for this exchange of opinion. We work a lot with lots of commitment to preserve the forests of the world. And I think that in Amazon, you are the first ones to understand better than anyone else the challenges we're taking on. We want to be on your side and build the answers. I'm really sorry that I will have to leave you very quickly because of a flight, but I will be very glad to follow this exchange, and I'll give the relay to Mr. Pailler, who will convey the French message, so to say. So we have in this Nature Day on COP26 in Glasgow, we have a moment when biodiversity challenges meet up. And at this encounter, there's the forests of the whole world, and the notion of need to protect and to accompany the populations, local populations, in the fight that they have to carry out. We have this responsibility with this forest, with our common heritage, and the Amazon, that is the one of the biggest reservoirs of biodiversity and water and so on. A forest that has lost 20% of its surface, so it's more than ever menaced by human activity. And we have, in this moment, faced to the global warming and the erosion of biodiversity, we have a scientific approach and a light that will be shed by Carlos Nobre, who is a climatologist and member of the IPCC, who has problems to join us right now, but we hope to see him very quickly. And this scientific light will accompany the political decisions, the help to development, all the partnerships of all the actors, whether they are state partners or not state partners, whether they are from the finance world or anywhere else, to converge around these objectives. This climatologist, Carlos Nobre, is supposed to be here. He's telling you about this turning point when the effects of the deforestations meet with the climate change. We could skip this point. We could see the Amazon transform into something absolutely empty. So that's a very important time. And the experts tell us also that today a big part of the Amazon would be net emitter of carbon. So the emergency is here, is with us, and it poses the action and the mobilizations on your side. France, in this fight against the deforestation, has implemented several initiatives. First of all, local initiatives. This is something we have to do to work at the national level, so we don't participate in these deforestations. This is about public purchases. This also and the help to development of sectors that will be sustainable and for the benefit of local populations. So we formalize all that in a strategy, national strategy of fight against deforestations that we put in the law this year. So this is a point of reference from now on. in the framework of this law, there's a work on value chains. That's something we did on the cocoa, on soja, on many things, and we have many other subjects we want to work on the European and international work. It's about leather and all the products that are coming from raising animals. And on many other things like wood products, like palm oil, and the strategy, the French strategy has a horizon of 2030 to seize all imports that would help to the deforestation at the other end of the world. That means also to help French farmers will finance new sectors of vegetable proteins to limit the imports of soja, and all that to avoid the deforestation at the other end of the world. In this law, we imagine international cooperation and many partners from all over the world. We want all the actors, including the NGOs. They participate to this work. They are around the table, and we elaborate a common pathway. We've chosen our priorities for this goal. We also have this Alliance for the Preservation of Tropical Forests. That's an investment. It's a coalition, much wider at the international level, that is led by France in order to finance local projects. One of them is called Our Future Forests. And we thank you very much for this. We are glad to be on your side in this project that promises to keep 12% of Amazon by 2025. So I confirm the implication, the engagement of France in woods, in tools of training and also financements. That is 26 groups of local communities, and these projects are really in harmony with the emergencies, local emergencies. So we have to stay with what we've created, and I'm always surprised that everything that could something seem very difficult when it comes to international cooperation. Once you could go down locally, this sharing these challenges is essential. We see today the echo is very sensitive. We can see the politic consequences and financial consequences, and everything seems to be going in the right direction. Also at the European level, work that is being carried out on the partnership of Amsterdam Declarations, initiated by France, by the way, that concerns 9 ambitious European countries, all that to fall within European policies about the fight against deforestation. That's within the FACT dialogue. We're talking about countries that have to be careful, then have to be accountable of their pledges. We want to see the sectors of different type of products. This is a work that is supposed to bring us, well, to reinforce, to be closer to your priorities as you identify them. We are really in an approach that associates many parties, and these coalitions are getting richer and richer thanks to your experience. I don't dare to imagine the loneliness that you can feel when you face these challenges and the huge size when it comes to the biodiversity. You are the solution, so we have to be even more and more engaged and to be with you. Thank you for your excellent work, and even though I have to leave you, I'm leaving you in the hands of my colleague, and I will follow the conclusion of today's work. Thank you.
Secretary Abba, and we appreciate your time today. We do know the Secretary has to head out. And the mayor of Pastaza is providing the State Secretary with a book of their work that they're doing. Thank you so much. And we're going to continue along. Thank you, State Secretary Abba. We're going to continue our program. My name is Kristen Walker-Painemia. I'm with Conservation International, and we are so pleased to be here with in the French Pavilion today and have the support and collaboration we have with the government of France on our future forests, working with our Indigenous colleagues, such as COICA. But before we get started in this next segment, we want to take the opportunity to kick off this new film that we've done in French on Amazonia. It's about nature is speaking. I want to make sure that the women in the booth are ready to get the video started. We are looking really at a series of short films looking at how we can hear the voice of nature in this process. I'm just going to hold off 1 second until we finish with the photos. Okay, great. Thank you again. And we want to take this opportunity to launch the film that we've done with the government of France. We first started launching these films on Nature is Speaking in 2014, and we've launched 8 of them looking at various issues from ocean, water, home, and Mother Nature. Our goal is really to reframe the understanding of conservation. It's not about saving nature, it's about saving ourselves. Amazonia is the largest rainforest in the world, is one of our most important life support systems. And I don't need to go on because the Secretary of State Alba provided us with that context, but we do want to recognize the great support that we have gotten from the government of France to do this film, and also Mélanie Laurent, the French actress and filmmaker and singer. So let's start the video, and it's just a 60-second video, and then we'll go into our next session.
Je suis l'Amazonie, la plus grande forêt tropicale au monde. J'apporte la pluie quand vous en avez besoin. Je maintiens votre climat à l'équilibre. Ma forêt nourrit les plantes qui soulagent vos maux, dont beaucoup reste encore à découvrir. En retour, vous me dépouillez de mes atours. Chaque seconde, vous abattez un de mes arbres. Vous polluez mes rivières et vous mettez le feu à mes terres. Désormais, je ne peux plus protéger les gens dont je suis la maison. Plus vous prenez, moins j'ai à vous offrir. Moins d'eau, moins de remèdes, moins d'oxygène. Si je meurs, vous mourrez également. Mais moi, je me relèverai.
Thank you very much. So this is the first debut we've done of this video and in French. So we want to take the opportunity to launch it here at our event today. And really what we're going to focus in this conversation today is really understanding the future of our forests and the future of the Amazon and how we stop it from the tipping point and how we work with communities, governments, and entities to move this forward. I don't have to speak about the important role that Indigenous peoples play. We have heard it. We have our leaders here, and they will challenge us with that. But I want to take the opportunity of hearing from Carlos Nobre, who has sent us a video, and he'll talk a little bit about the context and scientific context of that, and then we'll move to our dialogue and our discussion. So if we could tee up the next video. Ladies, the video, thank you. Can you hit play, please?
Good afternoon to all. Thank you very much for inviting me to this very important, very interesting discussion about the future of the Amazon. I will basically tell you a little bit about the risks, but also I want to discuss with you solution space, and in particular one possibility. When we look at the way the world perceives the Amazon is green hell. Popular literature, films, so most people think deep forest is a green hell. However, this is certainly not the vision that the indigenous people have about the Amazon. They see it as green paradise. So, is it a green hell or a green paradise? Science has really to follow and to find ways to portray the Amazon as the Amazon is and the potential of the Amazon. For instance, it's a very important element of the global climate system, stabilizing the climate in the tropics. Rainfall is an essential element. Of course, it's a very potent hydrology, 50% of the water. And also, as you can see, the Amazon characterized by being very aseasonal. You don't see seasonality in greenness of the Amazon. So it's an important characteristic of this tropical forest. So how close we are to a tipping point in the Amazon? And so we have many drivers. One is climate change, global warming, but the most important element of global warming is not only temperature, but mostly hydrological changes. Most IPCC scenarios show a decline of rainfall over eastern and central Amazon. Of course, deforestation, still we are seeing increasing deforestation the last few years. Forest fires increasing tremendously. This is mostly human-made forest fires. And also scenarios of climate change indicate that in the future we might have more lightning. So if we really calculate with models what would be the combined effect of elevated CO2, which might have a positive effect, so-called CO2 fertilization, global warming, deforestation, and forest fires. And we did that in a model simulation, putting all these 4 factors together. And basically, we came up with a result that is a combined effect of all those factors. Here we have 2050, 20% deforestation, elevated CO2, and climate change, several scenarios, IPCC scenarios, and effect of fire. Basically, the answer is less than 50% of the forest will remain due to this change, the savannization of central eastern Amazon. So what's going on now in the Amazon? We are seeing something very atypical since 2005. Droughts in 2005, 10, 14, 15, floods in 2009 and 2012, all record-breaking. So the Amazon is going through extremes, oscillating in extremes. Is this a sign that we may be close to a tipping point? And also very troublesome is the fact that the dry season length over central eastern Amazon is increasing 6 days per decade in the last 30 years. So this is very worrisome. If the dry season length becomes a typical of savanna, 4, 5, 6 months of dry season, that will become a savanna. So because of that, we publish, Tom Lovejoy and I, this editorial, almost a year ago, that we really project or warn that we should not exceed 20-25% of total deforested area. We are 16, 17 over the whole Amazon basin, and that's why it's so urgent to take action to really completely zero deforestation. Not zero only so-called illegal deforestation as it is in Brazil, but it's zero deforestation. Why only deforestation in this warning? Because global warming is already increasing, and we have much less control. We depend on the successful implementation of the Paris Agreement. And this reducing deforestation to zero is really within the hands of the Amazonian countries. Underpinning all of this model of development, the third way, is knowledge as the basis of sustainability for the Amazon, both modern technologies and also traditional knowledge. And in summary, we need really how to implement this new paradigm. I will recall these famous words and wise words by our late geographer Bertha Becker: to add value to the heart of the forest. So we need really science technology highlighting, bringing these possibilities for the standing forest bioeconomy, generating local industries, but of course along with empowerment of the local people with inclusive education for all. So I finish just to say again, this might be a tipping point in the socio-ecological system, but we need urgent, great acceleration of disruptive solutions. We have great acceleration of use of resources, generating the global environmental crisis that we are seeing, but we need a great acceleration of disruptive solutions. And I thank you very much.
Thank you, Carlos Nobre, and we really appreciate the time that he took to broadcast this message and to highlight the issues that we need to really confront in terms of the Amazon. I want to go to Stéphane Pailler, the Deputy Director of Environment and Climate in the Ministry of Europe and Foreign Affairs, to talk us a little bit how France is looking at this and those steps that you have taken to address the issues in the Amazon from your perspective. If you could give us some of those insights. You need to turn at the
invitation from Conversation International for organizing these events. You didn't hear the beginning of the sentence, did you? The booth either. The microphone wasn't working. The booth guesses it was about thanking for organizing the event. Okay, that would be my guess. I would like to thank the organization for organizing this event and for giving me the possibility to sum up the things when it comes to the Alliance for the Preservation of Rainforest and Wetlands
on the initiative of Mrs. Bérangère Abba. On the national level, our action falls within the framework of this alliance. It's G7 Biarritz related. In times when current affairs, the news we're talking about fires in Amazonian forest wasn't not for the first time. By the way, the alliance has been joined by more than 30 countries from Europe, Africa, Asia, Oceania, and this alliance aims at meeting different objectives like reinforcing international cooperations in terms of prevention, restoration and preparation of forests against fires, and to implement sustainable value chains in order to fight against deforestation and to favor projects, inclusive projects, for the benefit of local authorities and local communities. We have now 31 members. Among our members, we have Colombia, Bolivia, Suriname, Hélène Chartres. We have a chart that we adopted in 2020. It's dedicated to fighting against forest fires. Our members are working at organizing a high-level meeting that is to be held probably in 2022. And France has always reaffirmed its support to local communities and local authorities internationally, and apart from the benefits that are awaited in the framework of the projects and that are financed by France when it comes to Amazonia, we reaffirmed our aid bilaterally, apart from the multilateral chapter, and that appears regionally and locally. This bilateral aid has various aspects in the interesting context of COVID-19 propagation in Amazonia. France has given $5 million in order to support local communities, local populations, especially in Brazil. We've led two types of actions. First, with bilateral projects, 3 million euros piloted by the French embassy in Brazil in order to support local NGOs, local communities and authorities. We also gave 2 million euros for an urgent fund, a regional one. It's Amazon Emerging Fund that is managed by the Rainforest South American organization for the benefits of the coordination of indigenous actions in Amazonia. So we helped food-wise and sanitary-wise while raising awareness about COVID-19 related issues. Last thing, another important project as far as we're concerned, there is a multi-countries, it's a 7 countries project. It's our future forest, that's the name of the project. By the end of 2019, France committed herself with a task force in a cooperation for Conservation International. This future forest project consists in reinforcing local territory-wise management in cooperation with local communities via follow-up systems, capacities reinforcement systems, and developing protected areas in Amazonia. The objective being to support indigenous communities, because they are the true managers and the best managers of the forest. We just provide trainings and tools and money, the 3 things they need to maintain in a sustainable way their forest. This support come in various shapes. We also respect their traditional knowledge and know-how and their governance systems. This project, this future forest projects, is based upon 4 axes. First, protection and management by local communities, then reinforcing their traditional governance. Third axis, reinforcing sustainable development chains. And fourth aspect, promoting and managing traditional know-how. So this, it's a project that counts 26 territories, 70 million.
Donc l'ensemble des communautés.
All local communities have been consulted in the framework of this project, and just as and all the local stakeholders and playmakers, in particular embassies, French embassies, in the seven countries. We also consulted the AFD, Agence Française du Développement, French Agency for Development, and local communities. When it comes to our plans, upcoming plans for the future, when it comes to gender topics, by the end of March 2011, we'd signed 11 agreements, convention agreements with representatives from the indigenous communities, especially in Brazil, Colombia, Guyana, and Bolivia. We also signed cooperation agreements that led to fundings, to grants, to money, with a reinforcement of the COICA as well. When it comes to the main topics of the project, territorial management-wise, there is progress that has been done in Bolivia. We work a lot on legal aspects, especially when it comes to Tacana, a territory called Tacana. We also took part in the creation of a protected area. It's Gunai. It represents 110,000 hectares of land. We've been working a lot in Brazil as well in order to support local communities, and in Guyana as well. When it comes to the capacities reinforcement, things are getting better at the regional level. In the framework of the project, Women Fellowship, there is a project named Women Fellowship, and we implemented remote trainings for local communities, especially in Colombia, and when it comes to Guyana, we trained guides to local ecotourism. When it comes to sustainable value chains, in the third big chapter, we've done things in Colombia when it comes to land restoration and agriculture, forest-wise restoration. When it comes to Guyana, we've been working a lot with a fund that we are building, and that is to support financially local communities. Peru now, there is the Red Plus project. It's in a protected area. And that's, in a nutshell, very quickly, the presentation of our project. It's a 4-year project. It started back in 2020, so we are starting the phase 2 now. That will continue in 2022. The COVID-19 pandemic slowed us a bit, but we are starting to catch up with the Jones. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay. So thank you very much, and I think the important work that France has been doing to help recognize these important issues and the investments that they have been making in the Amazon. So I want to turn the tables a little bit. We've sort of heard about the science, we've heard about the government commitments, and I think it's really important that we hear from indigenous peoples, because that is the lands and territories of these issues. So I want to turn to Tontiak Gatan, who's with COICA, the Vice Coordinator of COICA, who many of you have seen throughout the COP and the discussions. He is a leader. He has been championing the issues of financing for indigenous peoples. But I would like you to talk a little bit about where the state of the Amazon is in terms of indigenous peoples, what you're fighting for, and how projects like our future forest, Amazonia Verde, is helping to move these things forwards. And then also, I'll hold my next question till later. Tontiak?
Hola, hola, ¿me escuchan? Ya, okay. Ya listo. Bueno, buenas tardes con todos. Mi nombre es Tontiak Gatan, soy vicecoordinador de COICA y coordinador general de la Alianza Global de Comunidades Territoriales, que es una organización internacional con bosques en Cuenca del Congo, Indonesia, Mesoamérica, toda la cuenca amazónica y Brasil. Con respecto a la situación de la Amazonía, en primer lugar, públicamente quiero agradecer el apoyo del gobierno francés que realizó a la COICA. En tiempos de pandemia nos dio unos pares de millones de euros y no sería malo si nos dan otros pares de millones de euros, ¿verdad? Muy bien, ya hay un compromiso público. Entonces, no, con eso pudimos llegar a todas las organizaciones de 9 países en el cual apoyamos el tema de alimentación, medicina, pero lo que ocurrió ahí, muy importante en ese contexto, fue que las personas de las comunidades sintieron la necesidad de que se les apoye mucho más en temas de desarrollar, a procesar la medicina tradicional, en el cual desde en Ecuador al menos, con apoyo de eso, del gobierno francés, se construyó un centro de medicina tradicional, en el cual el embajador de Francia en Ecuador personalmente fue a inaugurar. Y en Venezuela, igual similarmente, se ha establecido un centro tradicional de medicina, en el cual está completamente implementado y está en funcionamiento, con todo su equipo médico tradicional y médicos digamos, de la medicina convencional. El tema es lo siguiente. En la Amazonía, la verdad, ya dijo Carlos Nobre, la presión es muy alta. La presión es muy alta y tanto las actividades humanas internas y externas de implementación de actividades como las actividades extractivas están amenazando la Amazonía. Pero yo quiero hacer una reflexión. Quiero hacer una reflexión en que actualmente, o sea, todos sabemos que hay una amenaza, y no es solo Amazonía, son los bosques tropicales en el mundo y otras biomas que existen, como los océanos, los árticos, los glaciares, etc. La reflexión es la siguiente. ¿Qué tanto estamos en condiciones para invertir para que haya un equilibrio? Ya dijo, mire, estamos a punto de llegar a nivel de no retorno, pero en el planeta y viendo las inversiones de diferentes estados, no hay equilibrio, hay mayor inversión en actividades que dañan la naturaleza y hay menos inversión en actividades de preservación o generación de iniciativas de bioeconomía. Entonces, ese desequilibrio es el problema actual en el planeta y no solo en la Amazonía. Entonces, hay un gran debate, no solo en la Amazonía, sino a nivel internacional, a nivel de los gobiernos, de qué vamos a hacer para que haya ese equilibrio. El equilibrio tiene que ser mayor inversión en temas de escalar más a la protección de la naturaleza y bajar la inversión en cosas que están emitiendo los gases de efecto invernadero, en cosas que están calentando, están destruyendo, están contaminando al planeta. Entonces, en la Amazonía concretamente, ahora hay un problema. En esta COP, todos están coincidiendo, los líderes políticos mundiales, están contribuyendo que estamos con un sistema que no funcionó y no está funcionando, no está dando resultados. Ahora vamos a hacer diferente, pero a veces tienen miedo de hacer ese cambio estructural. Están ya acostumbrados a un sistema y no quieren hacer ese cambio. Por lo tanto, yo les había dicho en un momento, necesitamos hacer soluciones simples, soluciones rápidas y concretas. Como por ejemplo, en la Amazonía de Ecuador y de Bolivia, ya hemos empezado a hacer programas y proyectos de restauración con la visión de las nacionalidades. Estamos trabajando ya, en Ecuador hemos completado 200 hectáreas, hemos sembrado 150.000 plantas, en Bolivia igual, la misma cantidad, y estamos por escalar la Amazonía, en todos los países de la cuenca amazónica. Entonces decía, las soluciones simples son ya empezar a actuar, y felicito que el gobierno francés de alguna manera ha estado presente en la región y ha estado apoyando. Pero más allá de actividades aisladas, proyectos aislados, porque hay muchos proyectos de diferentes cooperantes, tanto gobiernos y filántropos privados, pero son como una rompecabezas de proyectos por todos lados. Y eso se hizo un análisis ayer con los gobiernos de Estados Unidos, Reino Unido, Noruega, Canadá. El problema es que no había una coordinación para unificar y canalizar recursos para un enfoque específico. Por ejemplo, yo les había propuesto, para cambiar la situación en la Amazonía, simplemente sería de garantizar la protección de los derechos territoriales de pueblos indígenas. Con eso sería mucho hacer para combatir la crisis climática. Pero como no hay voluntad política en los gobiernos, todavía seguimos con esa presión en los territorios que están contribuyendo para el equilibrio climático global. Y si no hay un financiamiento, como les dije, movilización de recursos hacia la protección de la naturaleza, no vamos a lograr combatir la crisis climática. Entonces, ahora en la COICA hemos lanzado un programa a mayor escala para proteger 200 millones de hectáreas. Se llama un programa de acuerdos holísticos, acuerdos para preservar lo que tenemos. Ustedes saben, en Marsella, COICA planteó la protección de 80% de la Amazonía, ¿verdad? Y por eso hemos establecido ahora un programa que se llama Acuerdos de Gestión Holística para preservar lo que tenemos, restaurar lo que hemos dañado y hacer una gestión holística, es decir, administrar los territorios, gobernar los territorios, ejercer esa tenencia de tierras. El ejercicio de tenencia de tierras significa muchos complementos, como por ejemplo las iniciativas de las comunidades, iniciativas concretas, bioeconomía, turismo, entre otros, energía, transporte. Esa parte falta la financiación. Entonces, lo que puedo concluir también es lo siguiente: para hacer la protección de la Amazonía, protección de otros ecosistemas frágiles en el planeta, necesitamos destrabar financiamientos globales, que aparentemente hay mucho, porque hay muchos anuncios, pero esos financiamientos no llegan a las iniciativas exitosas en las comunidades, o no están ayudando, apoyando a las iniciativas de las mujeres y los jóvenes. Entonces decíamos que el sistema tiene que cambiar para que las comunidades puedan acceder directamente a esos financiamientos, para que los financiamientos climáticos tengan mayor inversión en el territorio, porque ahora el estudio, no es Francia, es Noruega, presenta que menos de 1% de inversión llega a las comunidades. Entonces necesitamos hacer un cambio estructural, y creo que los pueblos indígenas hemos dicho, nosotros no somos los pobrecitos que estamos allá y necesitamos apoyo. Ya estamos contribuyendo, tenemos recursos, territorios, y los estados, el financiamiento público y privado tiene que poner de su parte para combatir juntos este cambio climático y la crisis climática y humanitaria. Muchas gracias.
I think you made excellent points. I think the challenge is how do we redefine the system or reimagine the system that we need to work in to protect our planet. I think the issues that you raised about higher levels of coordination among funders and making sure that those investments are catalyzed in the right direction. The issues raised about that communities are not victims, they are leading their efforts, but they do need the support to continue to execute them. But I think your challenge that we need collectively to do things different, to reimagine all of the systems and how we address them is extremely important, and a message that needs to be heard here. I'm going to keep that thread, and I want to turn to Fanny Kuiru, who we were lucky to get her in. She was stuck outside. I want to take a perspective from Indigenous women. And Fanny is the coordinator of gender and family issues with the coordinating body of Indigenous peoples in the Amazon, and also is with OPIAC in Colombia. And I want to give her the opportunity to talk about the leadership and the role that women play in these issues and what they're pushing forward, and as we look at our future forests and the future of the Amazon. Fanny, I'll give you the mic.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias, muy buenas tardes para todos. Como decía mi compañero Tuntiak, bueno, agradecer al gobierno francés. Precisamente nosotros fuimos beneficiarios del Fondo de Emergencia y además estamos muy de cerca al proyecto Bosques Futuros de la Amazonía, nuestros bosques futuros. También acabamos de venir de una marcha a la propuesta, venimos precisamente de hacer una marcha muy larga con más de 50,000 personas. Creo que en este momento es importante resaltar y reconocer la contribución que hacen las mujeres indígenas o las mujeres originarias de la Amazonía, de la cuenca amazónica, a la protección, restauración, sanación y protección de los territorios estratégicos como es la Amazonía. Este rol de las mujeres originarias de ser protectoras, de ser sanadoras de esos territorios, ha estado invisibilizado, ha estado silenciado, no obstante que es un trabajo sumamente importante y valioso para mantener la selva en pie. Bueno, a mí casi no me gusta decir bosques porque los bosques para mí son pequeños, nosotros son selvas con árboles gigantes y muy tupidos, entonces siempre hablamos de selva. Gracias a ese trabajo estratégico que hacen las mujeres originarias de mantener preservando, restaurando permanentemente la Amazonía, es que los territorios indígenas no tienen potrerización, no están despobladas. Si ustedes van a los territorios indígenas, las áreas mayormente protegidas son los territorios indígenas, porque también hay un relacionamiento espiritual entre los pueblos originarios y su entorno holístico. Nosotros no fraccionamos por un lado los bosques, por otro lado los ríos, por otro lado el territorio como tal, sino que tenemos un relacionamiento de hermanamiento, de respeto. Ese es el trabajo que hacen las mujeres a partir de los conocimientos ancestrales y tradicionales. Han mantenido la selva en pie y seguirán manteniendo. Y es el momento que las mujeres han dicho, queremos nosotras, como mujeres originarias, participar en los escenarios de discusión y de toma de decisiones sobre nuestros territorios, sobre la Amazonía, sobre las políticas que se ciernen sobre la Amazonía. Y no hace más de un mes tuvimos una gran cumbre de mujeres originarias de la cuenca amazónica de los 9 países. Precisamente ahí Conservación Internacional nos apoyó significativamente y hoy tenemos un comunicado, o sea, hay una carta para la COP firmada por las mujeres representantes de los 9 países que representa 511 pueblos de la cuenca amazónica. Ahorita se los voy a pasar para que lo tengan. Hay una voz de las mujeres hoy diciendo, aquí estamos, es el momento de actuar ya, de proteger lo poco que nos está quedando. Amazonía no puede llegar a ese punto de no retorno. Tenemos que tomar las medidas ya, dicen las mujeres. Y lo hemos hecho desde siempre. Lo que queremos es participar y además que participemos de los fondos que donan los gobiernos a los países pues que tienen programas de protección de los ecosistemas estratégicos para la mitigación del cambio climático como es la Amazonía. Y las mujeres hoy han dicho, aquí estamos y queremos seguir aportando, pero solo podemos seguir aportando si nos tienen en cuenta también en la toma de decisiones y en las discusiones. Y pues creo que hoy también hay un mandato de las mujeres de la cuenca amazónica frente a cómo trabajar en adelante para seguir protegiendo la vida en la Amazonía, porque hay que cuidar la vida de la Amazonía para la vida de la humanidad. Así lo estamos viendo desde las mujeres indígenas y por eso esas becas que hoy se está trabajando en toda la cuenca amazónica con conservación internacional es muy estratégico, toda vez que están trabajando la recuperación de ecosistemas también, aunque son pequeños, son estratégicos en sus comunidades y creo que esa es la mejor manera de aportar a las mujeres indígenas, es fortalecer lo que ya hemos hecho históricamente, tradicionalmente y ancestralmente. ¿Ya? Entonces quería traer la voz de las mujeres de los 511 pueblos originarios de la cuenca amazónica y ahí estamos, estamos solicitando también la creación de un fondo precisamente para seguir apoyando el trabajo que hacen las mujeres en la Amazonía. Y pues ahí estaremos dialogando con los que podamos, porque las mujeres también hoy hemos dicho, hemos aportado, seguiremos aportando. La solución que se está buscando para mitigar los efectos del cambio climático no se puede hacer si no se toma en cuenta a las mujeres originarias de los bosques tropicales del mundo, porque somos las mejores protectoras, cuidadoras y sanadoras de esos bosques. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Fanny. And I think the words that you've put together, and I think it's important that the women were able to have this gathering a month ago and formulate their own strategy to be able to move this forward. I want to turn next to our surprise guest, Cesar Grefa, alcalde de Arojuno in the provincia de Pastaza Ecuador. And I would love to hear from your perspective in your role as a mayor. What are the challenges of looking at how do we look at the Amazon and the issues of the point of no return? What are you doing in your role to respond to these issues?
Muchas gracias. Yo quiero agradecer este espacio tan importante que nos recibe el hermano país de Francia, a la ministra que nos invitó, que delegó un saludo cordial a nombre del pueblo amazónico de la provincia de Pastaza, Ecuador, y nuestro cantón Arajuno. Desde el punto de vista de gobiernos locales, la provincia de Pastaza es la provincia más grande que tiene la mayor biodiversidad del Ecuador. Dentro de ese marco hemos empezado con el señor prefecto en calidad de consejero a trabajar, a planificar sobre el tema de la conservación de los recursos donde existe una diversidad de flora y fauna. Además, lo más importante, los pueblos, las nacionalidades, que están 7 nacionalidades dentro de esta provincia. Desde ahí empezamos a trabajar el PDI, Plan de Implementación, Red Más, con la colaboración de varios cooperantes, cooperantes a nivel internacional. Desde ahí, por supuesto, agradecido mucho por apoyo en asistencia técnica y cooperación, el gobierno francés, a través de Fondo de Desarrollo francés, que está apoyando. Ahí nosotros hoy hemos presentado a la señora ministra ya el documento escrito. Es una de las provincias del país que estamos interesados de trabajar el tema de conservación ambiental dentro de nuestro país. Por ello, hoy para nosotros es un honor de exponer sobre la problemática que está viviendo el mundo, el cambio climático. Si nosotros no conservamos lo que tenemos ahora, especialmente la Amazonía, de Pastaza es donde nacen las primeras cuencas hidrográficas que baja toda la cuenca amazónica. Es donde nacen los ríos que bajan. Entonces, eso queremos conservar. Hoy estamos coordinando con las comunidades a través de la Fundación Pachamama, el caso de nuestro cantón Arajuno. Hemos presentado un proyecto luego de la pandemia, un proyecto muy interesante para trabajar con las mujeres en la chacra, la siembra de muchos productos a fin de conservar. Yo quiero agradecer al gobierno francés, a la señora ministra, que a través de Fondo de Desarrollo francés nos han aprobado 1.5 millones de dólares y vamos a implementar en los próximos meses. Por eso yo le invité a la ministra para que nos acompañe allá y ella con mucho gusto nos ha dicho. Entonces, estamos entusiasmados desde el gobierno local seguir trabajando. El señor prefecto, ingeniero Jaime Guevara, también todos los consejeros, aquí está un compañero consejero, Freddy Zavala, el equipo, que queremos dar una visión de desarrollo sostenible. Ya no una visión de exploración sin la participación de los pueblos, ¿no? Entonces, esa es nuestra visión desde el punto de vista del gobierno local, y ahí es importante la cooperación internacional. Totalmente de acuerdo a lo que han expuesto la compañera de las nacionalidades, compañero Tuntiac de la COICA, donde existe la reserva verde más importante es en territorio de las nacionalidades y pueblos. Y siendo también uno como parte de las nacionalidades y mucho más hoy con esta responsabilidad como autoridad local, estamos enfocados en nuestro plan para cómo enfrentar este gran cambio climático que está afectando a todos. Lo que afectará hoy está afectando a nivel de otros continentes. Lo único que nos queda es la Amazonía. La Amazonía donde tenemos agua dulce, tenemos la diversidad de flora, fauna, pueblos vivos todavía. Y en nuestro cantón, nuestra provincia, tenemos 2 pueblos no contactados, Tagaeri y Taromenani. Son 2 pueblos que debemos preservar y conservar en la selva. No tienen contacto aún con la población actual. Entonces, eso es nuestra predisposición y el trabajo articulado. Y para ello invito a todos los cooperantes de los países desarrollados para que orientemos los recursos a los proyectos que nosotros estamos presentando a través de cooperantes o directamente a través de gobiernos locales. Yo quiero agradecer una vez más, muchas gracias y que viva Francia.
Thank you very much. Stéphane, Stéphane, I'd like to return to you. I'd like to return to you a moment we'll do one more round of quick comments. You've heard a lot in this session today, and we heard at the beginning the commitments of the government of France. But I think the challenge that we heard from Tuntiac at the beginning is how do we change the systems? How do we transform our governments and societies to be able to respond more effectively in a holistic manner? And how are governments or the government of France thinking about that in order to help save places like the Amazon from the tipping point? And how can we help lift and support the voices of indigenous peoples and local communities and local governments to be able to respond to that? But what do you think we need to do to sort of reimagine these systems?
Thank you for your question. There's one of the elements that is extremely important in which we're building with CI is to work in a way so the projects that we implement on the ground are inclusive. So in other words, the local populations have to participate to the definition of these projects, which means for us two fundamental elements when we're talking about preservation of the Amazon forest. We have to maintain the governance systems. This is important. And another subject that seems just as fundamental is to take advantage of the traditional know-hows. This is what allows us to work on site with your organization. The other element that seems just as important is that we are not going to transform the things, but everyone has to participate in the transformation. In other words, the consumers, the entrepreneurs, the companies that are in the world and that use the products coming from the Amazon, they have to take into consideration the local conditions. We have to work together and find the right balance between the survival of the local communities and the overexploitation of the this is the approach of the French authorities. The idea is not to transform; it's just to make everyone accountable for the usage of the forest in Amazon.
Thank you. And I think that's right. I think how do we transform societies and humanity to do these things? Tuntiak, I want to turn to you. And we're midway through the COP, and we've heard the voice of indigenous peoples, and I think it has been building and growing over the last several COPs, but I think here it's heard even stronger than ever, despite the restrictions of COVID we have. We have heard about the announcement of $1.6 billion. We have the Protect the Planet announcement of $5 billion. And I'm sure there's going to be a few more announcements before the end of this COP. So my question to you is, there's a lot of excellent political will and excellent commitments, but the big question is how will that money get to the ground? And I think that's the $10 billion question we have here. So from you, when everyone goes home and the agreements are made or not made when we leave here, what do you want to see happen in the next month from all of this talking?
Aló, aló. Hola. ¿Sí? Ok. Ya me olvidé la pregunta. Bueno, era sobre el contexto del anuncio que se hizo acá de 1.7 billones de dólares de parte de un grupo de gobiernos y donantes privados. Este anuncio se hace bajo la presión que el movimiento indígena, no solo de la Amazonía, sino del mundo, habían presentado en diferentes escalas, porque en las COP anteriores siempre hubo compromiso de anunciar fondos climáticos, pero no se habían, como les dije, el estudio anterior decían que menos de 1% llegaba a la comunidad. Otros decían, el Banco Mundial, por ejemplo, dice 5% llega a la comunidad. Pero no, entonces las comunidades dijeron, bueno, entonces si no van a trabajar con nosotros, no anuncien. Porque en todos los fondos están puestos pueblos indígenas y comunidades locales, sus territorios. Pero no hay un mecanismo. Cristina, los mismos estados en vías de desarrollo tienen problemas, o sea, los mismos gobiernos tienen problemas a acceder a esos fondos, por ejemplo, al Fondo Verde Global. Tienen que esperar 1, 2, 3 años que les aprueben. O sea, es un sistema engorroso. Entonces, lo que yo espero de este anuncio, que van a trabajar, y yo les pregunté ayer a los ministros, a ver, ¿cómo vamos a trabajar? No tienen respuesta. No hay respuesta, o sea, no hay claridad. Y no hay claridad tanto que ni siquiera sabemos si esa plata hay todavía, o es que quieren poner algún rato. Entonces, no hay claridad. Lo que se debería de hacer es, si es que existe esa plata, hacer un comité de seguimiento, donde la voz de las organizaciones, de los distintos pueblos indígenas, esté ahí en ese comité, y hacer una hoja de ruta de trabajo para que de aquí en adelante se vaya concretando paso a paso hasta que en la próxima COP podamos decir ya, por lo menos con ese anuncio que se hizo en la COP anterior, ya estamos preparados para la implementación. Quisiera que pase eso y yo creo que en este papel jugamos bastante un rol importante las comunidades. Pero el tema es lo siguiente, desde mi punto de vista, no hay una conexión entre los gobernantes y la gente. Los gobernantes, los que toman decisión, no estoy diciendo todos, algunos y quizás son la mayoría, tienen un concepto de preservación, un concepto de conservación o de biodiversidad, y la población tiene otro concepto. Y por eso no hay esa simbiosis, esa energía, encontrar un punto de encuentro. Ahora estuvo la gente, yo por eso estoy aquí, llegué atrasado, porque estábamos en una marcha mundial. Y a nivel global están millones de personas reclamando sus derechos porque no están siendo hoy escuchados. No están siendo escuchados no en la COP, sino en sus países. En sus países no son escuchados. Entonces, el tema es lo siguiente. Yo decía ayer a Deb Haaland, la ministra de Interior de Estados Unidos, le dije, mire, yo la verdad ya no quisiera venir más a la COP si no va a funcionar esto. Si no va a funcionar esto, anuncios políticos, anuncios económicos tienen que llegar a la base, a las comunidades. No nos interesa a través de qué medio, pero que lleguen y que sean ágiles y fáciles y que el impacto sea en el territorio para un objetivo global. Muchas gracias.
Okay, I think you can hear me now. Sorry. I think your points are really well taken, and I think this is important, and I think you have an example now where the government of France moved very quickly to help support the work and also to help support the Amazon in terms of COVID. I want to turn to Fanny, because Fanny came in when she sat down, and she was marching as well, and she came in and talked about the importance of the Women's Assembly that happened last month, and the importance of recognizing women in this. She can't hear me. I could. I'm going to keep my question and then I'll tell it to her in Spanish while we're waiting for this to be fixed. So I want her to talk about the importance of the declaration that's coming from women and the role of women in this financing. So Fanny, you came in and you were marching and you talked about the Women's Assembly and the importance of that and the declaration that came out. So I wanted, along the lines of the question that Tuntiak asked, what do you want to see from women in this process? Once these mechanisms or commitment, where does the role of women have to be, Indigenous women have to be in these financial mechanisms that come out? And what would you like to see happen?
Bueno, las mujeres lo que han solicitado o han dicho es más inclusión en las discusiones como estos escenarios, porque generalmente aquí nomás se ve, son 3 hombres y una mujer. Entonces las mujeres han dicho, nosotras también tenemos mucho que aportarle a los procesos. Además, en las discusiones de los gobiernos, se deben escuchar a los pueblos indígenas, se deben tener en cuenta las propuestas que vienen de la base comunitaria de los pueblos indígenas y especialmente las mujeres, como había dicho, hay una contribución enorme de los conocimientos ancestrales y tradicionales de las mujeres en la preservación, en la sanación, en la restauración y en la reforestación de los bosques tropicales. porque no lo estamos viendo de una manera fraccionada. Nosotros vemos los territorios de manera integral y eso ha sido una tarea milenaria de las mujeres, el cuidado de la vida en todas sus formas y manifestaciones. Es decir, no solamente el cuidado de las comunidades, de las personas, de los seres humanos, sino también de todos los ecosistemas que hay en los territorios indígenas. Entonces aquí hay una gran contribución de las mujeres y estamos diciendo, queremos participar en las discusiones, pero también de los fondos que los gobiernos reciben para trabajar, para preservar los bosques, porque nosotras somos las mayores restauradoras de esos ecosistemas. Entonces, es eso lo que estamos diciendo. Y no hay que esperar más, ya es el momento de actuar. Y para la Amazonía, como dije anteriormente, no podemos esperar llegar al punto de no retorno, sino que debemos de evitar que eso llegue. Y en esas soluciones están las mujeres originarias que cuidan las selvas tropicales. Es eso lo que estamos diciendo y aprovecho la oportunidad para entregarle esto a alguien del gobierno francés que esté aquí para que me reciba. Por un lado, el mandato de las mujeres de la gran cumbre de la cuenca amazónica y la carta de las mujeres a todo lo que es la Comisión de Cambio Climático.
¿Y el número de la cuenta para que depositen?
Muchísimas gracias. ¿A quién le entrego? ¿A ti?
Thank you, Fanny. And while you're giving that the mandate that has come from the indigenous women, I think it's important that you highlighted the role of women and their voice in these scenarios and their voice in the design of funding mechanisms for indigenous peoples. And we'll just give 1 second to get the picture and the women's leadership that's being shown here today as well. Thank you, Fanny. Cesar, I'd like to turn to you. Cesar, you can hear me? I'd like to turn to you now and ask, from your perspective, can you hear me now? Cesar? Cesar? Can you hear the Can you hear the translation in Spanish? Can you hear the translation in Spanish? Can you hear the translation in Spanish? See? No? Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of noise in the background, I know. So, can you hear? No.
Ahí, mejor, sí, muy bien.
Okay. So, Cesar, ¿me escuchas? Okay, sorry, that was Spanish for me. So from your perspective, as a mayor from local government, how do you want to see these funds happen and these commitments move forward after the COP? You've come here, I would imagine this is your first COP, and what this means for you and what would you like to see happen after COP?
Sí, para nosotros la lucha que están haciendo el mundo y pensando conservar los recursos, pocos recursos que quedan, especialmente en la Amazonía, nosotros como gobiernos locales garantizamos a través de los proyectos con los cooperantes que estamos trabajando, se canaliza y que se siga canalizando. Y nosotros garantizamos para trabajar ya con ejemplos que estamos haciendo ya desde las comunidades, con la participación de las mujeres, de los pueblos indígenas. Eso sería la vía más eficiente, ¿no? A lo mejor todos no lo podríamos garantizar, pero en nuestro caso ya lo estamos ejecutando fondos con esta gran participación. Y eso sería la forma de canalizar los recursos que hoy el mundo quiere hacer un aporte. Los países quieren hacer un aporte, los empresarios quieren hacer un aporte, pero ese aporte llegue desde los gobiernos locales con las comunidades directamente. Entonces, por eso sería para poder implementar los planes y proyectos ya en el territorio.
sorry, everybody, and ask sort of, now you've heard from all of our leaders here. You've heard from all of our leaders here. You know, Tuntiak said, we have all these commitments. We're pleased that the government of France has come forward. They moved quickly last year on a number of activities. But he said, if things don't move forward now, in the next year, he's not going to come back. There's not going to be worth coming back to the COP. We've heard Fanny talk about the important role and the voice of women. And then we also heard about the direct access. How do we get those resources to the ground? So from a perspective of working in government, how do you think that's going to happen? Do you think there will be success, challenges, or failure in this process to deliver more resources to the ground to Indigenous peoples and local communities?
Merci, merci. Vous m'entendez?
Thank you. Thank you very much for this question. Yes, we need cooperation at local level, regional level, but also at the national level, which means that if we need to have a facilitation from on the side of the states who receive these helps for their communities. So France will do all its best to ensure that this distribution is as efficient as possible. When it comes to the fact that we should remain optimistic, we have to remain optimistic because it's important to continue this fight for the preservation of the Amazon. We French, we think that it's not too late. We just need everyone to react. And I think that in framework of the COP26 and the fact that the British presidency integrates issues connected with climate and biodiversity, it has been shown through the pledges that's been made to help the fight against deforestation. We obtaining a certain convergence, and it's important for all. We have to acknowledge the importance of the forest for the climate. This is what the British said, and I hope there will be monitoring of this commitments and contributions. It will be an important element for years to come. I just want to remind you that the British presidency mobilized $12 billion coming from 13 different countries. Big money, France included. We also contribute to this pledge for the years 2025. So the fight continues. All that to preserve the Amazon, but also Congo and Southeast Asia. We need to preserve these dynamics, even if it could be worried, even if there are fires. We need to hope and keep the dynamics. And we need to keep the subject at the international level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to thank all of our speakers. I think we've heard voices and we've been hearing them all. I think the importance of efficiency and effectiveness in getting these resources, I think we need to recognize the commitments that are out there, and we need to move rapidly to be able to help prevent the Amazon from the tipping point. I'd like to thank all of our speakers today, and especially the government of France for hosting us and allowing us to have this here, but also for the support they have given to our future forest, Amazonia Verde, where we're working directly with COICA, and also to support the Nature is Speaking video as well. Thank you very much, everyone, and thank you for your patience with the technology. So much appreciated. Thank you, and thank you to our translators, both French and Spanish-speaking ones. Gracias.
For Spanish or English?
Doesn't matter.
Okay. I was actually trying to get in contact with Conservation International. I work in a triple
go. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all to the launch of the academic and policy journal, The Solar Compass, by the International Solar Alliance and Elsevier. May I please invite His Excellency, Dr. Ajay Mathur, Director General, International Solar Alliance, to present the opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Zaran. Ambassador, friends, this journal represents a very real movement ahead as far as the Solar Alliance is concerned, and seeks to capture the progress that we make every day in the solar field, whether it is in policy, whether it is in technology, whether it is in markets, and share it with all of us. The goal, of course, is that today's knowledge becomes the basis of our actions and not the hearsay of yesterday. As we move ahead, we look forward to the Solar Alliance capturing the information through all of you, and are delighted that this Solar Alliance that was founded together by France and India is now moving into this new phase, and we look forward to request all of you to submit articles to this so that we can very quickly move to the next level of achievement as far as capturing the kinds of advances that occur in the solar area. It is a great delight to have all of you with us, and we look forward to your support for the Solar Compass.
Thank you, Excellency. May I please request the pavilion to play a video message by the Editor-in-Chief of Solar Compass, Professor Yogi Goswami, Distinguished Professor at the Department of Chemistry, University of South Florida.
I'm excited to announce the launch of Solar Compass by the International Solar Alliance and Elsevier publishers. Solar Compass is an open access journal that will provide transformative information to support ISA's vision and Green Grid's initiative, One Sun, One World, One Grid. The journal will cover practical information on innovative technologies, manufacturing, policies and economics, and case studies that will help the national and local governments, entrepreneurs, investors, financial institutions, and NGOs. It will also address financing at the consumer end to ensure adoption, while also addressing global societal issues to ensure solar access for all people of the world. I look forward to working with globally renowned editors and advisors on this important initiative to help ISA in its mission, and invite you to join us in this journey.
Thank you for your attention. May I now request His Excellency Mr. Stéphane Pailler, Ambassador for Climate, Government of France, to please present his address, followed by the launch of the journal with the Director General of the International Solar Alliance. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, and great to see you, Ajay. We last saw each other in Paris. I was delighted to have a long conversation with you about where you see the International Alliance going, your vision. And I'm absolutely delighted that part of that vision will be to have researchers, specialists, experts contribute to this new journal. You are in the right sector, I have to say, because I was talking with Aruna Baghosh earlier today, and he was explaining that in India only, there will be 500 gigawatts of solar and renewable energy in general. And that means that every hour from now until 2030 in India, there will need to be 10 megawatts of solar being built. That means basically a big, nice, fat, either tower or it's uncanny when you think of it, the challenge that will be needed to meet that objective. As you said, we've always been fervent supporters of the International Solar Alliance. We launched it back in COP21 in Paris. It was at the time Prime Minister Modi with President Hollande. And since then, we've gone a long way. We have committed through AFD, Agence Française de Développement, 1.5 billion euros in projects over 7 years in International Solar Alliance country members. And we're almost there until 2022. And we're almost there because we have now committed and effectively engaged, committed 1.3 billion out of the goal of 1.5. So we're extremely committed to the success of the International Solar Alliance. We're happy to see that there are now more and more members joining, thanks to the fact that it's now open to the whole international community and not just to those countries that were around the equator. And we have had much interest from European countries and others to join that very thriving organization. And this Solar Compass now is a testimony to the dynamism of your leadership, Ajay. Congratulations.
So I'll hold that. On behalf of the International Solar Alliance in Elsevier, I thank you all for joining us this evening. Thank you. Of course, sir.
point for biodiversity. And for us at UNESCO, treating climate change is to be treated at the same time as biodiversity loss and addressing inequalities. Those issues are interrelated. The recent crisis we've been through, including in Europe, with the flood, the fires, is a show and a demonstration of what the scientists have said, including IPCC and IPBES. Humans' activities are responsible for the majority of the crisis, loss of biodiversity, and climate change that we are facing. So if humans are the source of the problems, humans can fix it. This is what we do in the Man and the Biosphere program. We are celebrating 50 years anniversary this year. And in the 727 biosphere reserves in the world, we demonstrate that it's possible everywhere in the planet, in every ecosystems, that it is possible to live in harmony with nature and that we can do conservation of biodiversity with sustainable use. This is the objective of the partnership we have with LVMH on biodiversity with the Man and the Biosphere program. And we have several projects, including one in the Amazon region, covering 5 countries, Brazil, Ecuador, Bolivia, and Peru. Hello.
Nous nous apprêtons maintenant à avoir un événement de LVMH sur la biodiversité.
Hello, my name is Myriam Bouamran and I'm working at UNESCO in the Man and the Biosphere program. I'm the focal point for biodiversity. And for us at UNESCO, treating climate change is to be treated at the same time as biodiversity loss and addressing inequalities. Those issues are interrelated. The recent crisis we've been through, including in Europe, with the flood, the fires, is a show and a demonstration of what the scientists have said.
surtout à la fin de la journée, il commence à avoir un peu la tête comme un combat. Donc ça, je pense qu'avec ça, on est pas mal. Et du coup, on voit jusque là.
Plutôt éteindre des micros quand on parle pas et les rallumer quand on parle. Non, tournez la molette. Stable, Alexandre, elle est toujours simplement flat. Oui, c'est vrai. parler, il faut garder un peu le public et un peu la... Go. On peut y aller? Ok. So hi everybody, and welcome to this LVMH panel discussion dedicated to how biodiversity can help to mitigate climate change. So I'm Alexandre Capelli, the LVMH Group Environment Deputy Director, and I'm very pleased to welcome with us tonight our guest speaker. First, Carole Collet, which is Maison Zero Director at Centrale Saint Martin's. And Maison Zero is a shared program between LVMH and Centrale Saint Martin's dedicated to regenerative luxury. Stéphane Pailler, who is the CEO of Reforestation Action, and Alexandre Rambaud, who is Senior Lecturer at AgroParisTech CE-RED, Associate Researcher at Paris-Dauphine University, and the co-head of the Ecological Accounting Chair. But we will also have some testimonial today with us on video. First, Myriam Boinram from UNESCO Man and Biosphere Program. Bastien Sachet, who is the CEO of the Earthworm Foundation. Earthworm Foundation is dedicated to the regenerative agriculture. And Philippe Chauss, who is the CEO of Moitensi. So as we all know today, biodiversity is directly impacted by climate change, but we all know that also biodiversity is also part of the solution. I guess you all have read the Marseille Manifesto following the IUCN World Congress in Marseille last September. The main outcomes are promoting the nature-based solution, and I don't know if you have make a short walk in the COP26 today, but the nature-based solution are really at the heart of the discussion. We can talk about regenerative agriculture, for instance, and promoting investment in nature, promoting reforestation, but also reducing greenhouse gas emission urgently. But we really need to have in mind that mitigate climate change shouldn't be done to the detriment of biodiversity. And today we will explore from really different perspectives how the link between biodiversity and climate change. Talking about design, talking about finance, and talking about really concrete action on the field with Stéphane. But before starting, maybe we can move to the next slide. A very short introduction of the LVMH strategy. First, of course, on climate, and we have two main targets. The first one is to reduce by 55% our our greenhouse gas emission on Scope 1 and 2 by 2030. And the second main target is reducing by, again, 55% our emission of greenhouse gas on Scope 3 per unit of added value. So, and on biodiversity, three main targets. The first one, which is really linked of what Alexandre is doing, is being able to measure our biodiversity footprint. And to do that, we have implemented two methodologies. First one is an LCA dedicated to the biodiversity footprint using 16 indicators. And the second one is a global biodiversity score, which is another methodology to evaluate the biodiversity footprint. Our second target is to being able to implement the right certification for all our raw materials by 2026. Including regenerative agriculture for the main strategic raw materials. We can talk about cotton, wool, grapes, flour for our perfumes. Another target is to ensure that we will avoid deforestation and desertification for, again, all our strategic raw materials by 2030, achieving a zero net as a first step, and then zero gross deforestation by 2030. And the last commitment, which is quite ambitious and challenging, is being able to restore and to regenerate 5 million hectares of ecosystem using reforestation, but not only, implementing also regenerative agriculture. So now I would like to also to introduce a short video. We have a specific partnership with the Man and Biosphere program from the UNESCO. We are working together on preserving biodiversity, working with local communities. Myriam Boinram from the UNESCO Man and Biosphere program has made a short testimonies for us today.
Hello, my name is Myriam Boinram, and I'm working at UNESCO in the Man and the Biosphere program. I'm the focal point for biodiversity. And for us at UNESCO, treating climate change is to be treated at the same time as biodiversity loss and addressing inequalities. Those issues are interrelated. The recent crisis we've been through, including in Europe, with the flood, the fires is a show and a demonstration of what the scientists have said, including IPCC and IPBES. Humans' activities are responsible for the majority of the crisis, loss of biodiversity, and climate change that we are facing. So if humans are the source of the problems, humans can fix it. This is what we do in the Man on the Biosphere program. We are celebrating 50 years anniversary this year. And in the 727 biosphere reserves in the world, we demonstrate that it's possible everywhere in the planet, in every ecosystems, that it is possible to live in harmony with nature, and that we can do conservation of biodiversity with sustainable use. This is the objective of the partnership we have with LVMH on biodiversity, with the Man on the Biosphere program. And we have several projects, including one in the Amazon region, covering 5 countries, Brazil, Ecuador, Bolivia, and Peru, and covering 10 biosphere reserves, where we are addressing the drivers, indirect and direct drivers of deforestation. We have a program which objectives as to show that it's possible to conserve and sustainably use biodiversity, to improving resilience and halt biodiversity loss based on participatory approach. And we are addressing the pressures and the priorities for the long term of the communities living in the biosphere reserves. We give support with the LVMH project on reforestation and rehabilitation of degraded lands by preventing and improving the management of fires in the biosphere reserves, as well as the creation of sustainable employment and alternative sources of incomes for local population, which do not involve recourse to deforestation. For example, in the Beni Biosphere Reserve in Bolivia, we have supported an agroforestry initiative to build a greenhouse with native timber species, such as mahogany, and to create plots under agroforestry systems in fallows to support communities of Chimane, indigenous people, and to ensure that they have sustainable long-term economic activity and to contribute to fire prevention. So it is possible to address the issues now, and the countries and the governments have to implement their commitment. We wish you a great conference, and thank you.
Thank you, Miriam. Unfortunately, she was not able to be with us today. So talking about forest and reforestation and deforestation, I would like to move to Stéphane Pailler, who is the CEO of Reforest Action. Can you tell us a bit more about what you are doing with Reforest Action?
Yes, thank you very much, Alexandre, and thank you for inviting me on this event. Reforest Action is a reforestation company based in Paris, France. What we do is we preserve, restore, and create forests in 40 countries. We've been running 1,000 projects on every continent. We start with project holders, more than 900 project holders, people on the ground doing the real work, planting trees or protecting trees. And we help them designing their project, and we provide technical and financial support. The financial support comes from companies and individuals who want to have an impact on biodiversity, on climate, but also on social development. We've been running 1,000 projects, and every single project aims at improving biodiversity, climate change, and social impact, but also making sure that well-being is an output of the projects. It's not only about the environment, it's about people first. If we can move to the next slide, please. So, as you can tell, we're in a number of countries, but we are convinced of one thing, is we cannot do the right thing alone and by ourselves, so we partner with a number of organizations. We are part of the UN Decade for Ecosystem Restoration. Our projects are verified by EcoCert Environment, and we are in partnership with scientists who help us having the right set of criteria for our projects. If you can move to the next slide, please. So the lifetime of a project is as follows. We select projects from a set of criteria. We provide technical expertise and finance, as I mentioned, and then the local partner on the ground implement the project and maintain the project. What we do on our side is we monitor over 5 years after plantation, for instance, to make sure that the trees grow and deliver the benefits that are expected, and we measure the impact over 25 years after that. So we make sure that biodiversity and climate and social impact are there. And if you can move to the next slide, please. And the reason we're doing that, and it's something I've already said, but just to emphasize on the fact that when we act on forest, we act on climate. It's the first land-based carbon sink in the world, forests in the world, but it's also home of 80% of the land-based biodiversity. But on the next slide, if you can switch, please. So can you switch to the next? Thank you. Forests are much more than that. They deliver economic resources, energy, well-being, as I said. They retain soil, they filter water. Forests are our home, and we rely very much on this ecosystem to develop our economy. And this is why every time we run a project, we make sure that it develops what we call a circular bioeconomy, an economy based on the living, and circular, which is regenerative as well.
Thank you, Stéphane. And you are working, I think, with Mouettensi? Yeah.
Yes, we work with a number of maisons at Mouettensi, Hennessy, Ruinart, Veuve Clicquot, and a few others. And we've got a three-step approach with them, which is, to our mind, the most relevant approach we can have with companies as far as forests are concerned. We start with working on the value chain of these companies. So, for instance, at NSC, we go on the vineyards and we plant trees around the vineyards to improve biodiversity on their value chain. But also we create forest and we protect forest near their stakeholders, so we can raise people's awareness on the environment, on climate change, on forest, that on the challenges that forests can face. And what we the third action we do is, after working on the value chain, after working near to the stakeholders, we work where the impact is the most important. So it can be in Nigeria, for instance, it can be in Kenya, it can be in Brazil, it can be in Indonesia, it can be in all these countries where when you plant a tree or when you protect a tree and make sure it grows, it delivers climate, biodiversity and social impact at a large scale.
And now we will listen to Bastien Sachet, who is the CEO of the Earthworm Foundation. We are working with them to implement regenerative agriculture within our supply chain on very specific raw materials, and Sébastien will share the experience with us.
The word regenerative. In the past, many of our supply chains have been extractive of human and natural capital. That means we have to use things that nature has accumulated over time, such as the richness of the forest, the richness of the soil, or just the energy of people. And that is why, when business create value in an extractive manner, you often see deforestation, you see the depletion of oceans, the depletion of soil fertility, or exploitation of people, such as child labor. The weakest part of the supply chains are paying the cost of the value creation. Regenerating supply chains mean that we will listen and understand the rhythms of nature, because nature is able to regenerate itself. It's by nature a key component or definition of what it is. Human energy, or soils or forests do regenerate themselves. They keep dying all the time and rebirthing all the time. In practice, it means asking 3 questions when you source a raw material. Where does it come from? Who has produced it? And how has it been produced? If all companies on the planet are able to answer those 3 questions, then a big step will be done. And companies like LVMH have started to do that across most of their natural raw materials. When you know how a raw material has been produced, you can try to tune your business to the rhythms of the ecosystems you're connected to, the farmers you're working with, so that you give them the time, the support, sometimes the incentives for them to regenerate. Well, soil are the foundation of all the health of our planet. Because they regulate water, because they store carbon in form of humus, because they are the home for a lot of the biodiversity that we have on the planet, because they are the source of everything that we eat, consume or wear, the cotton, the flavor, the fragrances, the beetroots that will produce the alcohol that goes into ingredients, and we can name many others. So placing the soils as a priority in your sourcing journey makes sense. And regenerating soils is the way to address the biggest climate targets and biodiversity targets. LVMH has ambitious biodiversity objectives and ambitious carbon objectives. Working in soils and forest is the best way to equip nature to play its role, which means storing carbon and restoring biodiversity. So what LVMH is doing in vineyards or in sourcing landscapes in Indonesia where they buy raw materials is going to strengthen the ability of those ecosystems to restore and to be restored. First, the company needs to work very aggressively in its procurement so that the buyers are always having in mind when they buy raw materials those elements, that eventually their act of purchasing a raw material will induce on the other side of the planet often an action of regeneration rather than the extraction of natural or human capital. 2, companies have to invest in supporting farmers and suppliers to evolve the way they work. Let's not forget that for 30 years they've been told to extract. Suppliers would be switched from one to another. So nowadays, regenerating means restabilizing supply chains, re-establishing extremely productive and constructive relationship with the suppliers, and then working with them. So supporting them in that journey will be a key task that LVMH has to do, and I think that's something that the company's already started to do. Working hand in hand with farmers, teaching them how to regenerate soils. In practice, what does it mean? It will mean covering the soils, creating a home, and bringing food to all the biodiversity that lives in the soil so that they thrive, and as they thrive, the soil becomes healthy. That means covering the soils, that means putting as many trees as you can while keeping the production up, and it means basically understanding the different ecosystems in the different places of the world. So that's the journey for regeneration to not just be a fluffy word, but to be actually an action that drives results.
I think Bastien and Stéphane has been very good explaining us what is regenerative agriculture, what is the preservation of ecosystem, and at the beginning of the journey. And I think that this question of where, who, and how is a very good question. And now, after talking about the field and the farmer, I would like to move now to another very important step when we are talking about the life cycle of the product, is the design stage. And Carole Collet, which is with us today, is working every single day with students and creative people. And when we are at LVMH, you know, they are key, and their decision will influence the whole value chain of the product, the whole life cycle of the product. So, Carole, could you explain a little bit more what is regenerative luxury when we are talking about creative people?
Yes, so first of all, I'd like to say that we've set up this partnership. We call it Maison Zero. I might explain why it's called Maison Zero. LVMH has 75 brands, 75 maisons, and we wanted to signify that we're really interested in looking at that reset. What does luxury look like when you put ecology at the heart of the design process? So here's why we call it Maison Zero. And what we're interested in doing is exploring how we prototype regenerative luxury through design. Next slide, please. What you may be surprised to hear about is when you think of design, you know, whether you design a fashion collection, a jewelry piece, packaging, architecture, you know what the end product is. But here what we're interested in is to think about design as the byproduct of the restoration of biodiversity. So what happens when biodiversity is the starting point for the creative process? And I want to show you a few examples, so if you want to move to next slide. The strategy for us is to really look at nature as a model. We hear a lot about nature-based solutions here, but we're interested in not just being inspired visually in terms of nature, but we want to collaborate with biology. We have a Masters of Biodesign, for instance, where we integrate biology protocols in the design process. So the idea is to learn how to biofabricate like nature does. So not just imitate it with conventional manufacturing technique, but actually move into biofabrication that are inherently biocircular. Next slide. So for us, what's really important, and I want to make a point here, is that we've talked a lot about sustainable design, and I think we now agree that it's just, you know, it's failed. It's not gone far enough. Sustainable design largely means doing less bad, less damage, you know, using less water, better energy, but it's actually not contributing to restore and repair. And we want to go beyond zero, beyond circular, into regenerative. That means shifting our value system quite radically. And I have to say, we don't necessarily know how to do this. And this is the point of our platform, is to explore and research. How do we do this? How do we translate that into the design process? Can you still hear me? Yeah. Next. So just a few examples to explain, and we can go more in depth. So here's an example of a collection that we produced for LVMH. The brief was to explore how we can design radical new materials, starting from biodiversity, for luxury stores. And here's a collection from two of our graduates, Arin Roca-Moracia and Brigitte Koch, who started with a Japanese knotwood that you can see on the left and the American signal crayfish, two invasive species in the UK. And by the Japanese knotwood is normally, once it's removed, it's burned, so they started with the ash, and then they used the shell of the signal crayfish, which has been grinded. And when you mix them using a very traditional, historical Roman recipe of lime and mortar, here are the materials you get. And these materials are developed by using these invasive species. If we remove invasive species, we give more chance to endemic species to survive. So this is giving a value proposition to encourage and incentivize even further the removal of these species. Next. Here's another approach, is to look at what can you do with one algae. And this lipstick here, and this is from Eleonora Rombona from our MA Biodesign. This lipstick is entirely made from one material, which is algae. The color is algae-based. The paste of the lipstick is made from algae butter. The packaging is a biopolymer made from algae, 100% algae. Should luxury move into algae farming? That might be a question. This is something we discussed. Next. And then another algae, which I thought this one was a bit, you know, poetic, and looking at rethinking the imaginary of where we can go with biodiversity. This is Kit Ondajero, who looked at starting with algal blooms. Algal blooms are really problematic in terms of biodiversity in the oceans. And she started to think, well, what if we repurpose a fishing fleet? We know that, you know, fishing communities are struggling. They fish more plastic than fish, really. But what if we repurpose the boats and actually get them to travel around where the algal blooms take place to develop bespoke vodka, which is distilled on the boats as they head back to the harbor. The byproduct is then given back to farmers. So the idea here is to really connect the social value system with repairing biodiversity in the ocean. And here you can see the algae packaging. The packaging is made from algae. The print on the bottle is also made from algae. And the vodka, which you can't taste here today, but was tasteful, is made with an algae process. Next. And here's a way to use chitosan. So this is coming from the oyster shells here. You can use this and precipitate chitosan in synthetic dye wastewater to clean the water from synthetic dye processes. And you get this biopolymer, which here has been transformed into sequins. And I think next. And then I think that's one of the final one, which is really looking at one of the issue with biodiversity and with the xylella, which is going to get worse with climate change, is how olive trees are decimated in the Mediterranean region. This student is from Italy, and she looked at how we can actually, instead of burning the olive trees contaminated by xylella, actually reprocess the wood into chips and then create this biocomposite made from this, so preventing the burning of these olive trees. And then we are setting up a new Masters of Regenerative Design, which will be fully online. This is for designers who want to really learn how they can repair, restore their biospheres through their design process. And that's up here.
Illustration you introduced today, which are super impressive. Are most of them are maybe Green Trail winners, or maybe we can talk about the Green Trail? No,
yes. So the last one you saw. So one of the things we're doing with LVMH is so we're doing a lot of research, working with students, but we also want to reward those students who are really pushing the boundaries of where we can go with when we integrate biology in the design process, or when we integrate biodiversity in the design process. And we've got an award called the Green Trail, where every year we reward 5, this year 6 students for their courage, actually, and their bravery in trying to rethink completely design, starting with biodiversity. And the last project I showed, the Xylella olive tree, was one of the Green Trail winner. We also have another award for artists who are really using their creativity and artistic practice to share and expose ecological issues, and that's an award called Discourse.
Carol. So we have discussed about regenerative agriculture. We have discussed about creativity. Now let's talk about a very important topic, maybe less sexy, I would say, but very important topic, finance. And finance people are the key of many of the companies, you know, and we all know that we have to move from the conventional finance system to something more ambitious, integrating the ecological accounting new systems. So, and Alexandre, you are the expert of this topic. So please let's share your knowledge with us.
So thank you very much for the invitation and to give me the opportunity to discuss this subject, which can be really sexy, in fact. Okay. Yeah.
Let's do it sexy, please.
So, well, yes, this last years, the subject of extra-financial, non-financial accounting became more and more a strategic one at the level of French level, European level, and international level. In fact, the European Union is really in advance on this subject, and France is in advance in the European Union. And in fact, the reason is quite simple, is that the accounting systems are the real language of organization. So if you want to change organization to make them real, real sustainable, but I completely agree with this definition of sustainability, which is in fact not really at the end sufficient. So if we want to make organization really ecological one, and regenerative one, we need to change their language. We need to change the way they represent the world in which they are. Because accounting at the basis is not only an issue of measurement of valuations, it's at the basis, from the beginning of accounting systems, It means from Mesopotamia, in fact, because accounting systems were created with the first human civilizations to allow the cooperation, coordination of the human management of agriculture, of cities, etc. And so from the beginning, accounting is really dedicated to represent the world in which organizations are. So we need to change the way we present the world. We need to change also the accountabilities. It means to recognize, for instance, that we have debts directly towards nature, toward human beings, etc. And so this is the fundamental reason of the importance of accounting systems in the path of a real implementation of, well, an ecological organization at the end. And the problem is in fact that there are some controversies about the way to implement some new types of accounting systems. And for example, I give just one example, which is a very important one, is that at the level of the European Union, we consider this is an official position decided this year because there is a huge plan of action about sustainable finance and sustainable accounting today in the European Union to generate new types of regulations on this point. And so the decision is to integrate what is called double materiality, which is a very important subject, and unfortunately it's absolutely not discussed in the newspapers, for example. And so, well, double materiality means that when we consider accounting system, we have to not only take into account the positive and negative impacts of the natural and human social environment on the organizations. So if we only do that, we are in what is called single materiality. Materiality means the relevance of the information. So it means that if we consider that the only relevant informations are to take into account only the impact of the natural social environment on the organization and so on the financial profitability, we are in single materiality. And now, if we consider that accounting systems must also take into account and so show the impacts of the organization on the natural and social environment, we consider that it's social and environmental materiality. And if we connect the both, we are in double materiality. And so the European Union decided to consider that double materiality must be the basis of sustainable finance and sustainable accounting in Europe. And it's not the case, to give an example, of what is called the international accounting standards. It means the international financial reporting standards, which are used today by big companies, listed group, in fact, in their consolidated accounts. And for instance, a few days ago in this COP, there was an announcement of the IFRS Foundation and the ISB, the International Accounting Standard Board, about the creation of a consortium called the International Sustainability Standard Board. And what is very interesting is that the position of the International Sustainable Standard Board is only on single materiality. So it means that it's to create future accounting standards only based on the taking into account of extra financial data in accounting system to show, in fact, well, financial profitability. And this is completely opposed to the European position.
Okay, so you are all super catalysts for change. Huh? Carol with designer and youth, Stéphane with local community and many other stakeholders, company, Alexandre with financial teams and financial people. Are you optimistic in the future? Do you think that all the people you are working with have enough knowledge or what we need to do, of what are the next steps? Yes, in a nutshell, what are the main challenges you are facing with your main stakeholder? And I will start maybe with you, Carol. I guess for you maybe it's easiest because most of the young people now are very, very convinced that we need to move.
I think, yeah, we don't have any convincing to do. What we need to do is reinvent how we design, and for that we need to bring ecologists at the design table, and that means it's a different process. So we have a lot to learn, but as designers or as creatives, as artists, we love a challenge, and actually we really like it when we don't have an established roadmap of how to get from A to B, because we love discovering that journey, and this is really quite integral for us. So, you know, for us, the ecological crisis is also an incredible opportunity to shine as designers. What difference can we make? But we will not be able to do this unless we bring ecologists at the design table. That's really critical. And we do that at Centre Saint Martin's. We have biologists, we will have ecologists working the new masters, but we won't be able to change radically what design can do if we don't augment our knowledge and fully integrate ecological thinking in a process.
Okay, thank you, Carol. And you, Stéphane, I guess you are talking with a lot of local communities. And is everybody aligned? Sorry. Vous m'entendez? Ouais. Sorry. Are all the local communities aligned with what we need to do in terms of preserving local biodiversity and local ecosystem?
They are very aware of the situation. They are very aware of what needs to be done and what doesn't need to be done or cannot be done. When I go to, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, go. Okay.
Sorry, it's better now. Yeah, yeah. So when I go to Kenya, for instance, and I meet with villagers, some of them mention Wangari Maathai, who is a former Minister of the Environment for Kenya and Nobel Prize, and she started the Green Belt in Africa. They're aware of that. They're aware of climate change. They're aware of biodiversity erosion, and their main focus is eating on a daily basis. It's having food. It's sending their kids to schools. It's not climate change. It's not, reducing their footprint. They have very little footprint. So the people I talk to are people that are aware of the situation, but they're also aware of the fact that they are not at the root of the situation. I am, right? So they welcome the support we can provide to improve their living conditions thanks to agroforestry, to forestry, to regenerate ecosystems. But they are the solution big time, so it's not for them to change their behavior. It's down to us, really.
Yeah, thanks for confirming what we all have in mind. And I guess probably it's maybe for Alexandre that the challenge is the biggest, because convince the finance team in the company that they need to move to this one single materiality to the double materiality is a huge task. Are you optimistic?
Yes, we can be, because as I said, this is the European position, so it's something which is more and more accepted, first of all. Then there are some projects, and in particular the CARE project. The CARE project is the comprehensive accounting in respect of ecology, which is the model which is developed in particular, but not only by the ecological accounting chair. which is a completely integrated accounting system. It means integrating between financial and extra-financial data based on science and on what is called cost accounting system. It means the counting used in day by day in the on the field, in fact, by firms, and absolutely not based on only share value. And this project is really gaining in importance. And for example, LVMH is experimenting today this model in particular. And what is very interesting is that this system, so which recognize a real depth toward biodiversity, toward the climate, is, as I said, gaining in importance more and more. And for example, in France, no discussion about accounting can ignore today the care model. And we hope that this discussion, this type of discussion will be the same at the European Union. We are optimistic. And after, at the international level, we will see.
All more or less optimistic, and it's quite a good news. So maybe a last question for each of you, and I will again start with Carol. You have shared with us some illustration of regenerative design. Most of them are relying on biodiversity, but we all know that new technologies, new innovation are booming. Do you think that they will revolutionize the world of the materials in the upcoming years? I'm talking about biotech, or the fact that we are now exploring the use of new organic materials. What is your point of view on this topic?
I think the technology we need is a technology to implement what you're doing, so that if, as a designer, when I choose a material, because designers are actually really powerful, by choosing the materials you want and the transformation processes, that has an incredible cascading effect on the potential ecological impact of a product. But as a designer, how do I know that this metal or this cotton or this material, what its value in terms of regeneration, biodiversity, or in terms of, is it, carbon positive, carbon negative? And if there was an app that could use your accountancy system, your double material thinking. Exactly. So I can design and at the same time check, yeah, this material great because this is carbon negative. Okay. And right now I don't have access. It takes a lot of research to find out, okay, what is this? We don't have common certification. So how is this material calculated in terms of CO2? So basically where the technology is lacking for me, the biotech is happening in terms of us creating new materials, that's fine. But it's when you specify the materials you want for a product, we don't have a system to compare like for like based on your type of accountancy. So this is, if there's any startup in the audience here, please, this is what we need. A very easy tool for designers to choose their material, not just for their aesthetic, their qualities, for their function, but because of their ability to repair biodiversity.
Thank you, Carol. Stéphane, as I mentioned at the beginning, we are talking about forests everywhere in this COP, but it's not that easy for companies to be sure that they are doing the right things, that they are doing it properly, science-based, and verified. What would be your advice to a company, even if you are already working with us, but what would be your advice to a new company that wants to work with you to do it in the right direction and to do it the most science-based possible?
I think the right approach is the one we implement. It's starting from the value chain, then stakeholders, and then where the impact is most important. I think the right question at the beginning is, how can I go beyond net zero? How can I be regenerative? Imagine you go to work every single morning and you say, today I will restore the environment by doing my daily work. It's very different from, today I will destroy a little bit more the environment by doing my usual work. So being regenerative is, as Earthworm mentioned earlier, it's asking the right questions and having the right ambition. And the ambition today is being regenerative, regenerating the environment. The UN Decade for Ecosystem Regeneration is started this year, right? And it's up until 2030. And it's not only a vision, it's real. It happens. Reforestation projects help a great deal. They contribute to be regenerative, but it has to be applied along a reduction of the footprint thanks to the measure of this footprint.
So maybe before the conclusion, so Alexandre, you agree that we will make a huge positive step when you will be able to integrate and to measure what Carol and Stéphane are doing every day, no? In the accounting system. So far, it's not. We are not there, but
yes,
soon, hopefully.
Yes. The fundamental issue exactly is to be able to integrate, as I said, ecological depth, and so the possibility to regenerate and prevent also the degradation of biodiversity and the climate, and so to be to directly integrate that in the accounting systems, and so to value the cost to be able to be regenerative. And just to give you a figure about that, it's the real cost of the climate debt is absolutely not the carbon price. In fact, it's between 600 and 1,000 euros per ton. So it's just to give you what is the impact on an income, for example, if we took these real climate debt in the accounts, everything could be completely different, in fact.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Stéphane. Thank you, Carol. Thank you, Alexandre. I think it's very interesting and very inspiring to listen to you. And as a conclusion, we have the chance to have a message from the CEO of Moitensi, which is the wine and spirit group activities of LVMH, which is a very strong program in terms of regenerating ecosystem. And now I think we can move to the video of Philippe Chausse.
Good afternoon to all of you. I'm Philippe Chausse, the President and CEO of Moitensi, which is part of LVMH. So the notion of sustainable development is not new to Moitensi. We are constituted of 25 maisons, which each had its founders, some of them 100 or 200 years ago, like Krug or Moët & Chandon, Dom Pérignon, Renard, Hennessy. And these founders had one of their objectives, the transmission of their properties, their business, their land to their successors. And hence the notion of sustainability is very much ingrained in our culture. In the last few years, after working a lot on certifications, we decided to accelerate our efforts on sustainable development through a new platform called Living Soils, Living Together, in which we have defined 4 pillars, 2 of which are environmental, regenerating our soils and mitigating our climate impact, and 2 others are more on the societal and social aspects of running this business. We know very well at Moitensi that there is a very strong interconnection between biodiversity and climate issues. And we are working on it to face these twin challenges, as soils, a very complex ecosystem, is one of the Earth's most precious natural resources, a source of prosperity for Moitensi, and regenerating our soils is crucial for the quality of our wines, as well as a solution to sequester carbon. What are we doing concretely? Let me give you a few examples. In the last few years, we have transformed our viticulture practices in order to regenerate the soils. For instance, we have entirely stopped using herbicides in our vineyards. We have rolled out agroforestry and cover cropping projects to promote biodiversity within our different terroirs, and we have expanded our works towards helping to regenerate forests all around the world. We also have worked on the carbon footprint reduction target, which has now been validated by the SBTi with the ambition to cut by half our absolute scope 1, 2, 3 in 2030 compared to 2019 through a combined efforts of eco-designing our packaging, decarbonizing raw material sourcing, promoting low carbon transportation, and fostering renewable energy. As an example, very close from here in Scotland, with our Glenmorangie Whisky Maison, we have installed an anaerobic digestion plant within the distillery, which treats the waste from the distillery and uses it to regenerate energy for the process. We are counting a lot on research and development to promote, to develop new solutions, and that's why we inaugurated just a few weeks ago our new research center called Jean-Robert de Vogüé, which is one of the emblematic historic leaders of Moët-et-Chandon in Champagne. The objective of this research center is to progress both on biodiversity and on climate mitigating actions to make sure that in 100 years from now, people will continue to be able to discover and this food of wonderful champagne, wines, and spirits from our maisons. With that, I would like to close, and I wish the COP26 a huge success. I wish that a lot of important decisions may be taken with important commitments from all of us so that we get a significant progress on this very crucial climate agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Philippe Chaud. Thank you to everybody. So now it's time to conclude. I think that maybe at the main message it could be today that I think that it's really important that a CEO talking with farmers, talking with designers, talking with finance people, and we really need to discuss together and to integrate our own system, our single system, to be able to measure and to integrate all these topics in the final accounting system. And when we will have done that, we will have win. So yes, this is probably the conclusion. So thank you everybody for being there and to share with us this all this very inspiring feedback and comments. Thank you.